But when you measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken. We just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and vegs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere. There's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Smith Tools and Purchase, A Level Playing Poem, Survive the Spin, Effie Patriot, Thomas van der Zander, Measured Flat, Tiers Morgan, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name is Burley, J Mel's 24, Unimento, Iron 26, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Young Cat, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. And with that, I'll hand across to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Yeah, they don't even get their facts straight over there either. Get your facts together. Understand why Earth is measured flat, you morons.
Cool. I'm all set up. I know, chat. Jolly good. Did you speak to that Riggs guy? Because I've gone into worldwide debates and there doesn't seem to be anything that's changed since the last time I went in there.
Hold on.
I was there a second ago. They changed the Flat Earth debate room to the Coliseum.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's our room.
Coliseum.
You were in there. I was just in there a minute ago, and Viking was in there. Just me, Viking, and your icon was in there.
No, I thought I joined something else. I thought I joined something called Widestream.
No, you're in the right place.
Yeah, you're there. And it's called the Coliseum is the room number, but yeah, the wide, I think.
Okay.
Fine. Changed and stuff
Who's in
like
there now?
that.
Hey, Riggs.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm barely awake.
Sounds it.
Uh,
Oh, good to be here.
yeah. Looks like your opposition is lining up in the other room, so I guess they're having a little get
Little chin
together.
wag.
I saw that. Is that a little special confab room? Well, you got everybody's
I don't
in
know.
there.
Look, I don't know. Everyone's been weird today. So
Are they really?
Is McToon in there hiding on his mute button?
Yeah, Tin's in there, and there's about 5 others familiar names that I can't seem to remember right now, but they're all
Let's
in a
not
separate
poison the
little
well.
conjunction.
It takes a lot of preparation to prepare your excuses. Hmm.
what's up, Don?
Pardon?
Morning.
Oh, he's welcoming someone else who's in the room.
What do you think that is? That the 2 words together, flat Earth, is so offensive to people.
For all the reasons we go over on a regular basis now. So if you can make Earth and its measurements of flatness be a category beyond Earth and its measurements, that would be people, debates, science, things like that. Then you remove people's ability to recognise what Earth actually is, because there's a overarching religious view about it being a ball in place that doesn't need the apple cart disturbing in any way. So therefore, need to miscategorize the subject into something it isn't. It's just that simple.
Well, I was thinking, like you always say, people don't want to look stupid. And when it's brought to your attention as a kid, they show you that picture of how people used to think Earth was flat and the ship going over the edge and everybody laughing. So I guess when you hear that as an adult, you immediately brace against it because you don't want to look stupid.
I don't know. I know I'm groggy as all hell. Probably should have had the entire week off, really.
Yeah, would you say you're groggy as all hell? Watch, McCoon's going to come in here firing on all 2 cylinders.
I doubt it. He's going to be doing a live stream. He's got a little show planned at 2:00 when yours started, and it says Bucksod Buster shows how theodolites can measure curves. So I think it's going to be a repeat. McToon's just going to be cheerleading and giggling like a schoolgirl behind Sodbuster, and Sodbuster's just going to try and get you to say that theodolites measure curves. I think that's the way it's going to go. Call me Mystic Meg.
So yeah, so you're saying because McToon's going to be running the show, Buckside Buster over here is going to be doing his thing, and he's going to be playing it over there. But Buckside Buster don't know what a theodolite is.
It sounds to me like there's actually just going to be a competing show in the time slot that we hold. Right, okay. As opposed to us coming along on a Friday and saying, hey, we'll run our show from here. Someone else has gone, well, I can't control that, so I'll run my own. Like, good for you. Soon, that's precisely why I started Flat Earth Debate. So I can completely relate. Like, I've got no control over this. So I come in to talk to you about the knowledge I've acquired regarding Earth and its flatness. And within 20 seconds of me rebutting some false claim that somebody else on the panel's made, my volume's been turned down so that they can more easily talk over me. Like, that seems unreasonable. And then if I interrupt them, I get muted. Like, wow, I've got literally no control over this whatsoever. And if I'm on camera and they've muted me, suddenly I'm just ranting into the void on mute. That seems really irritating. They go, well, what's the resolve? Well, you run your own show. Then you run the rules. It's your show to do with as you will. Now, if people want to join in with your show, they have to obey your rules. Obviously, someone like, I don't know, Bucksod Buster won't appreciate that because they want to distort what's being talked about without somebody who's in charge stopping them. While they're distorting the world into the curved protractor that they need to measure angles with a theodolite through and call that measuring curve, someone with a succinct way about them, me, ruins that, don't they? So you need to regain control. So you're going to run your own show at the exact time slot that I run. Good for you. Very telling, but good for you. I can totally relate.
I think Len's right. He's going to come on and discuss things with you, and they're just going to play it over there.
Let them, right? Have the indifference to let this happen, right? If they want to come in, let's just establish something, right? Is there literally anything these two numpties can do to alter what Earth is and how it gets measured? Yes or no?
Negative.
Nothing whatsoever. They're just going to try and get you tongue-tied in a gotcha.
Right. So what you're saying is the way Earth gets measured can be turned into how tongue-tied Nathan becomes on a live show. Correct?
I think that's the case.
We could call that. Let's give that a title. Let's call that Flat Earth. Yeah? We'll call a person, in this case me, but any individual, talking on a subject that they stumble and fumble over. Let's call that Flat Earth. Yeah? What is Flat Earth? It's a category, a title, it's a description. But it doesn't necessarily represent what's in the book. So I'm sure I've given this example before, right? Where you have Yes Minister, and there's a devastating truth that they don't want let out, and the permanent secretary tells the minister, put it on the title, make it the cover. Yeah? Because the minister wants to bury it on the back page. It's like, no, everybody flicks straight to the back page. Put it on the cover. Then everyone will ignore it. Yeah? So if you make the title of your group who talks about conspiracies and vaguely understands the religion of heliocentrism, call that the Book of Flat Earth. Categorise it that way. Yeah? Because you don't want them to talk about what has already got a category description. It's called geography, isn't it? So is geography flat Earth? Well, yes. Geography is about a flatness we measure of Earth. That's intrinsic to geography. That's something we've learned recently to the point where we've gone, so we can all breathe a sigh of relief. Yeah, but what's lingering around like a stale old fart is this category. So I was watching it today. I watched this guy called Taylor the Fiend who moans about feminism. I find him amusing. Not that I'm a single dude, and a lot of single dudes watch this guy because they're presumably going to hopefully find something out of women and their nature. Me, I just find it amusing. But while he's ranting on about the feminists realising that they've been deceived with feminism, you realise the same thing we are guilty of. We have fallen victim to believing there's a thing called Flat Earth. And there isn't. It's a manufactured thing. Flat Earth itself is part of the controlled opposition structure that we, whilst in the quote-unquote Flat Earth, moaned about. You're like, what is Flat Earth? Because it's not about Earth being flat, is it? As we're slowly realising now, literally as we speak, it's not about Flat Earth. Flat Earth. about people. It's about conspiracies. It's about YouTubing. It's about personalities. It's about whether or not Nathan will stutter. That's what flat Earth is, isn't it? Now, geography doesn't need Nathan Oakley, does it? Geography will exist without me. And there's plenty of people paying their money to learn how to measure Earth flat, isn't there? The two can survive without each other. But we're in this bridging period between the normality of just what Earth is and how it's dealt with, that's geography, and this other island that we were stuck on called Flat Earth. Now, on the island of Flat Earth, the people who are currently scheming against us, they're on the same island. And they will become like the feminists at some stage where they go, I wasted my time with globing or flat earthing or anti-flat earthing, whatever they want to categorise it. You'll be like, yeah, you did. You did waste a lot of your time buying into this false back and forth narrative when there was this whole separate genre that existed beyond any of your influence called geography. People still went out and trained in celestial navigation. People still trained in flights and flying and sailing and navigating and cartography and all the things that are essential to movement on Earth's surface. And they all learnt the same thing. There's a reason why occasionally you see an overlap where a major air company like NASA, if you want to look at them in that way, disclaim in no uncertain terms that Earth's to be dealt with as a flat plane. It's because it is. You know, if it gets really simple. Now, sometimes people point to those documents and they're like the hand that I described Penn and Teller putting outside of the two-way mirror that floats in the middle of the stage. No one sees it. No one sees it. The hand doesn't exist because it lives in a disjointed world where it shouldn't exist. This NASA disclaiming how flat Earth must be dealt with is for the eyes of the people who are paid tens of thousands of pounds to actually fly across the surface in level flight. Those people who trained and paid to be told how flat Earth was, separate from their religion of a ball. So that's to answer your question, what flat earthing is. It's this category that's been created for people to sit in and not talk about Earth and its flatness in any way, shape or form.
Fantastic. Really enjoyed your speech on that. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Get it totally. Yeah. It's geography. It's not flat Earth. Yeah, it's been put in a category. Yeah, I get it.
Well, we went to that server yesterday and got involved in a little chat. You know, the freaking what was it? It was
The geography one.
geography, yeah. And Nathan got the boot, and then I went in there and got the boot.
Really? And how did it go then? I mean, how did you introduce yourself and what happened?
I said, hi, I'm Nathan Oakley. I've got 25,000 subscribers on YouTube and I talk about flat Earth on a show called Flat Earth Debate. I'm here to make friends and influence people. It was kind of a piss take. I kind of wanted to make a point that these two things are societally in requirement of being kept separate. So let's talk about the other side of that. What's geography? Well, a group of people who deal with Earth and measure Earth as a flat plane, but they don't want you to introduce the church to them in the same way they don't want you to introduce their religion of globing to them. They want to accept that without consequence and then deal with Earth as a flat plane when measuring it. So after introducing myself, people started posting things that you'd have loved one deck. You know, the Greeks, and the angles from a flat plane that they all measure. And as they came, I pointed out, well, those are flat Earth measurements. Because they'd be asking me, like it was 10 years ago, how does this flat Earth elevation angle work on a flat Earth? How does this measurement of orbital motion derived from elevation angle measurements of the stars and their motions work on a flat Earth? And each and every time I went, well, they're flat Earth elevation angle measurements to the stars. They're flat Earth elevation angle measurements to the sun. They're flat Earth elevation angles that the Greeks took. Why would you ask me how this works flat? It is flat. And each and every time, they got annoyed and eventually resulted in calling me a child abuser and telling me to, quote, fuck off. Now, I remained polite with them the entire time. I asked them a couple of times, please don't swear at me. I'm here to make friends and influence people. And I've read your server rules. First time I've ever done that. And we're all supposed to be respectful to one another. You coming along and say, this guy's talking like a fucking bot. Like, yeah, that's your anger about me being here talking about elevation angles that you posted to me about the Greeks. Now, obviously, I'm there as an antagonist and completely appreciated that at some point this isn't going to work. Unless you go in under the radar and go, hi. And they go, hi. You go, what? Do you like my lemon meme? Yeah, I love your lemon meme. Yeah, fuck that. I'm there as Nathan Oakley, and I am going to tell these people how it is when it comes to Earth and its measurements in the geography server. These bunch of 12-year-olds knew a lot less about geography than I do. However, the fact that I'm there making it absolutely abundantly clear that the geography of Earth is as it's measured by them, they're not going to like me. See, there's a ring of truth to what Jin was saying, that he didn't appreciate while he's barking it. But the ring of truth is that people who utilise and measure Earth flat want their ball belief to be separate from their measurements of Earth. Me coming along and going, yeah, well, that's a flat Earth measurement. They go, I hate you! Go away! And that is going to be the case, no matter where we go. I absolutely assure you. Which is why I'm always so nonchalant. Well, you should go in these other servers and do this, that, and the other. And you're like, why? Who cares? You know what I mean? Are you expecting a different outcome in a different server? People are people. They're the same everywhere. And there's going to be people that despise the fact that we simply highlight how they're using flat Earth measurements.
Wow. Bloody hell. I'm sorry I missed that. But yeah,
You didn't miss anything. One deck, it's all in chat. Len got it all. If you want to read it, I'll send it to you.
I went in while I was having my dinner, so my wife had knocked up a curry, and I'm going, oh, okay, well, this is quite spicy because I'm going to be sat in front of this plate for at least 20 minutes. So I did. I fired up Discord, went in via the link that you provided, and like I say, my first line was, this is what I do, this is my YouTube, I just told them who I was. And why the hell wouldn't I? Now, the fact, I said this yesterday, I was like, if they immediately ban me, I can't remember how I phrased it yesterday, but I was like, that will also be very telling. Now, admittedly, I'm pushing for that outcome when I openly and overtly declare who I am and what I do, right? I can be guilty of that, and no worries, you can call me on that. I'll say, yeah, you're right. Especially after it's do as I say, not as I do. Don't go in there and antagonise them, I say yesterday. But I've got a point to make, so, do as I say, not as I do.
Well, you may have antagonized him, but I didn't. I went in there very respectful and asked why they gave you the boot. And the outcome was they kicked me out too, because they said, we're just talking about how Earth is measured, and it's just not measured spherically. And I was going,
well, that was your mistake. So to say it's not measured in a way that their religious belief depends on is going to be antagonistic to them. You've got to be very gentle with these people. They're very fragile.
I was trying not to use the flat word, but instead I used the opposite. As soon as I sent it, I was like, oh no, I said spherical. Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't it brilliant though when they start sending you Eratosthenes and Alberuni? They're still doing it, aren't they?
Well, their answer to Nathan was Earth is measured flat because, and then they had like emojis of an angle iron, a measuring tool, and the sun. So that's
what, like an elevation angle emoji?
Yeah, it's like an angle tool I use. We just call it an angle iron.
Yeah, I use that. That's me posting that. I think you're confusing who's posting what, but I posted those. So when someone asks me, how do these elevation angles from Greece work on a flat Earth? And I go, they're elevation angles. They're ipso facto flat. And then I leave an emoji of a sun and a right angle triangle. It's pointing at the sun, like an elevation angle measurement of the sun, which is precisely what they're appealing to. You're like, it's just an elevation. It's not that serious.
I thought it was the other guy that posted that.
Yeah, after you got booted, Nathan, loads of them started posting that.
Good. So my emojis are effective because you can post them ironically and say, Earth's flat because sun emoji, right angle, triangle emoji. I'm like, yeah, that's right. That's an elevation angle measurement. Now,
A penny might drop for some.
it's on screen now. If I put a little sun next to this, but have Alexandria and Cyan written next to it, will it change what it is? It's just a right angle triangle. On the right hand side of this diagram, if I put a sun that's equal size to the triangle because it's an emoji, that's what we're talking about. But you're like, what? How you measure it? Yeah, that's right. That's me describing Earth being measured flat with 2 emojis.
How many was in there? Was there a few in there?
I have no idea. Like I say, I mean, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking maybe me coming in and saying, maybe one day I'll get to tell you all about how flat it is in your VC. I look forward to talking to you all. Maybe in part of my mind, that's a realistic outcome while I'm chatting to you.
But Nate, they're going to look you up. Even if you don't say anything, somebody's going to look you up and you're going to be found out as a flat earther.
Of course. Within about 5 minutes of chatting, somebody's gone and published my Patreon and how much I earn on it and the full shebango. They're like, all right, so I'm here just talking about Earth's geography and how it gets measured. You're digging into me. Of course, because that would be in quotes, Neil, flat Earth, this guy, how much he earns on Patreon and what he does on YouTube. That's flat Earth to them. Who's this guy? Does he beat his children? Because that's flat Earth, isn't it?
Wow, that's
how are they able to get all that information?
Because it's Discord. People love to go digging around in other people's lives on Discord. We're talking about people who are, no offence to you in Discord, a bit bored, right? Got nothing better to do? Yeah? Well, you can go digging around in other people's more interesting lives than yours.
Was this voice chat or was it just text chat?
No, I didn't. I was semi-inclined to go into the voice chat, but no, this was just in the welcome room or whatever.
Right.
But
General
I was eating curry at the time, so I wasn't going to be on voice chat with them.
Bloody hell! I mean, I was thinking about it yesterday when we spoke about it, thinking going into a geography server and we'd be speaking to, professional, intelligent people. Who wouldn't look like that.
No, it's the opposite.
No,
I seriously had that in my mind, thinking we're going to speak to some normal. All right, normies, you're not going to kick off. We're just going to
answer me
talk
this,
about
right? So my sister goes with her former husband and goes and gets trained in celestial navigation. She hands over the money and she gets the qualification. Does she go into a Discord server and flex how much she knows about celestial navigation? Or is she on a boat?
I see your point.
Right. So who's in Discord server? Is it the guy doing the thing or the people talking about the guy doing the thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. I fall into the latter category. Am I out there doing the navigate? No, I'm not. Am I flying a plane? No, I'm not. No. Where am I? I'm in a Discord server, aren't I? I am that guy. I represent it. Now, when they use that as some sort of attack, you've never used a theodolite. I've never had any need to. Does that change what a theodolite does when it comes to measuring Earth at its surface level for an angle? No, it doesn't really matter though, does it? That will go on with people being paid to use those tools, regardless of whether me, the guy in Discord, argues with you, another dick in Discord. Doesn't matter, does it? Yeah? But to these self-important fart sniffers, me being one of them, don't get me wrong, I understand my place here, right? They think that they're really in some consequence of these things, like whether or not I know it's flat matters. No, of course not. Doesn't matter if you know it's flat, because you're not doing it. You're not going out and paying to be trained on how to measure it flat. But the people who do pay, they pay and they learn how to measure it flat with tools that measure angles and such.
May I? May I interject?
Can you got a couple of minutes before I go live?
Wait.
Yeah, you have done.
Well, hey, I just
to.
want to ask: are you like Nathan Oakley, the flat earther guy, right?
No, he's my twin brother that's not running a show with the name Nathan Oakley above his name in a Discord server. What the fuck do you think? Are you stupid?
Sarcasm not appreciated, but okay. Well, so
did you answer my question? Are you stupid? My name's Nathan Oakley. I'm talking about flat Earth, and your question to me is, are you Nathan Oakley? My question in response: Are you dumb?
Anybody could
Can you
be
read?
named a
Can you
Nathan
read?
Oakley and-
Can you
okay.
read?
Okay, sure.
Can you read,
So
Spartacus?
wait, so I just want to know.
You just want to stutter while I ask you a question. I answered your question with sarcasm and disdain. Now I'm asking you: Can you read?
Well, I don't know what you answered it with.
Stuttery. What does it say where it's flashing now? You see me talking? It's got a flashy little words. They're like letters and stuff. Can you read them?
My guy. Wait, I don't know what you.
I'm not your God. I'm not your Christ. Don't blaspheme. Can you read?
I know we're so hostile. Like, I don't understand.
So why are you asking if I'm Nathan Oakley? It says my name. You dumb fuck.
I mean, if you
Shut up, you stupid retard. My God.
How are you?
And Nathan Oakley.
Yeah, somebody got an earful in the pre-show because they asked if I was really Nathan Oakley when my name's literally Nathan Oakley on the bit that's flashing while he interrupted. There we go. Fun.
He just wanted to know if you were the famous flat earther, Nathan Oakley. You know,
Hardly.
it could be a guy posing as you.
I detect an air of sarcasm when someone says, "Are you the Nathan Oakley?" Like, are you being sarcastic?
No, there was no sarcasm, man. It was an honest question. Well, okay, so I'm curious. You as a flat earther, but are you flat earther, right? Do you claim that? Because not all flat earthers claim to be like exactly flat earthers.
That's a good question. Normally, I'd have probably poured a bit of disdain on that too, but as it happens, it's a good question because what a flat earther represents is a conspirator that talks about 9/11 truth as much as they do about Earth not being a globe. And Earth not being a globe isn't necessarily something that I want to associate myself with anymore. Everybody's entitled to their belief. But, you know, we're dealing with a geography subject that requires Earth be measured flat, which is something else other than this false impression of what it is to be a flat earther. So at the moment, I've got an ambiguous answer for you, I'm afraid. Kind of.
Okay, so is it like fair, I guess, more or less, to say that you're just not a glober? You're not a globe earther.
Well, I mean,
don't believe it's a
everybody's entitled to their belief, and at one point, almost everybody in the developed world believed in a globe beneath their feet because they were taught it in school, right? But no, I mean, to understand and appreciate what it takes to be in that fantasy world of suggestion means that you understand how to measure Earth to come to that conclusion, as they did 500 years ago when developing mathematical systems and orbital motions to explain how the lights in the sky move. But to explain how the lights in the sky move, we first measured them with respect to a plane of reference for their elevation angles. So it's kind of a moot point that's out of the box thinking to come up with this heliocentric view of being on a sphere, which we're not. You know, that's a conceptual mathematics to explain some light movement. That's what it really is. But in terms of what we are, we all just dwell atop a flat plane that we measure and reference and create balls with those measurements and references. So to not be a baller, well, I mean, I'm more a baller than most of people out there because most of them don't know why they believe they're on a ball. I know exactly why they believe they're on a ball and what it took to make that ball. That's flat Earth measurements.
Well, okay, so I do have evidence of like some parts of like a standard model that would lead you to the globe. I think infer a globe, like gravity,
Make the
for
model
example.
with flat Earth measurements. Did you not hear what I just said?
Said it again, sir.
The ball that you're about to try and convince me of is produced by way of measuring Earth flat to produce it. Do you understand that?
I know. I don't understand what you mean there. What do you mean? Expand on that. I'm sorry. English is not my first language.
Okay. In order to have a globe that you believe in, you first must measure Earth flat to produce it.
What does that mean?
It means that you measure Earth flat first, and then with the measurements of a flat planar surface, you can create a ball with those measurements. That's what it means.
Should we see if he does it?
Okay. I'm confused.
I know.
How do you measure first something to be in contradiction to what you're trying to infer.
I'm not trying to infer it. You were.
Well, I am. Yeah,
So
right.
why are you asking me this question?
Okay, wait. So then you are taking the positive claim here, right? Positive position.
No, it's not a
You're
claim when
saying-
I describe measurements. That's not a claim. That's just a description of a
Okay, what
measurement.
kind of
If you're describing.
measurements?
My bad. I'm answering you. It's not a claim if I measure Earth. That's just a measurement of Earth.
Okay. So what if I present you experimental evidence of gravity? That is to say, objects with mass attract other objects with mass relative to their masses.
I just know that's wrong.
You would say that's wrong?
Yeah, mass, like, I don't know, a gas particle, isn't attracted to the mass of Earth. That's just wrong.
Okay, what's your evidence for that?
A fart.
Okay, what's your evidence that it doesn't have no attraction?
But do you see puddles of farts?
Okay, do you think that's the only way gravity manifests?
I'm
with
not
gases?
saying, again, this is the second time you've done this. I'll stop talking to you if you do it a third. That's not my claim, is it? That's your claim that you feel that somehow I've got a positive assertion about. You suggested mass attracting mass. Two things. Number one, that's 111 years out of date. Newtonian garbage that was superseded by Einstein 111 years ago. It's debunked by gas behaviour. Gas, which in that worldview that's 111 years out of date, has mass. And if you are correct, then it's attracted to the mass of Earth and we'd have puddles of farts. Now, that's a statement of absolute fact. Gases do not attract to the mass of Earth like you say mass attracts mass. That is, second time, wrong. So when you say you can provide scientific evidence in the form of an experiment for an 111-year out-of-date garbage rhetoric from Newton, I just think you are ignorant. You don't know what you are talking about when you make your stupid claim that would lead me to believe that we've got puddles of farts because mass of a gas is attracted to the giant mass of Earth's Earth. It isn't. Third time.
Okay, listen, so if the way the discussion is going to go is that you're just not going to provide evidence for your claims.
I haven't made any claims.
Well, yes, you did. You said if gravity was true, we should have
No, guy,
puddles of
I
gas.
don't want to talk to you anymore.
He never
You
said that.
brought up gravity,
Yes, you
and that's the
literally
third
did.
time you've projected by way of what's called a burden of proof reversal fallacy. Your claim. You claim mass attracting mass. I took a giant steaming shit on that 111-year out-of-date crap that you don't understand called Newtonian mass attracting mass gravity. That's what I did. I'm not claiming anything. I'm humiliating you with your own ignorance of what you believe your claim was about, incorrectly. No, my friend, the bent pseudo-Riemannian geometry of Einsteinian gravity certainly doesn't infer that we have the mass of farts attracted to the mass of Earth. You just don't know what you're talking about. Okay?
So
I haven't made any
claim-
claims. How dare you?
I made a claim first. that
Yeah, I know, dumbass.
Gravity-
Yes, you made a claim.
Hello.
You just told me it was mine, though, didn't you? Now I'm annoyed
And
with
I
you.
actually have
Now I'm
my
shouting
claim.
at you because you've annoyed me. You told me it was my claim. Wrong.
Are you kidding?
You're just
Is
an
this how
idiot.
this discussion is going to go? Is this
I'm running a live show. If I decide that the discussion's not going the way I want it on my live show with an audience that are paying me, I'll shut you up. Irritating man that's flipped the burden 3 times like I've made any claims. You've also suggested it's a claim when you make a measurement. It isn't. You haven't addressed any of the things I've said, by the way. You scattergunning me with garbage claims that you're ignorant of, like this. And then
You're the
flipping the
one
burden
talking-
like I'm making claims whilst talking to you through the top of me, humiliating you with your own ignorance about what mass doesn't do. Yet the mass of gases doesn't go to the ground. Look up and
Okay,
look at a cloud
get to-
while he interrupts me, humiliating him again with his own rhetoric that he said he had scientific evidence for 2.5 minutes ago. No, we've got clouds, dumbass. That's not mass attracting mass. Meanwhile, for you to have this nonsensical assertion of a downward vector, you'd need a plane of reference for your out-of-date gravity to be perpendicular to for a downward orientation that you believe is a force ascribable. It is not, but it will require a plane of reference to be perpendicular to when you incorrectly ascribe a force with non-experimental validity to an out-of-date Newtonian rhetoric. Okay, sir?
Right, so I made a claim first. Right, gravity exists. Mass attracts mass relative to its masses, right? Then you made a claim that
Right. Do you think I need
if
my
that is
audience
true-
getting a summary from you? I don't need a summary of what's just happened, my friend. I know. Why are you summarising what's happened?
I let you talk. You talk first.
I don't need your permission, you stupid dumbass. You think I'm the one seeking permission from you? You're a nobody. I'll tell you what to do. When you humiliate yourself with your garbage rhetoric about mass attracting mass, which it doesn't, don't tell me that you're giving me permission to talk. I don't need it. Bye-bye, dickhead.
Next.
He didn't mention anything about measurements, did he?
I did. Elevation angle measurements of the stars.
Yeah,
That's
he's
Earth
lost.
measured flat.
He didn't even understand the downward vector you were trying to explain to him.
The guy's got a high school education in terms of what he thinks gravity is, because he was taught it as a kid and never progressed any further in his education status. So as far as he's concerned, what he got taught in a very low-level education system was that it's mass attracting mass. So what, you think that's correct? No. Had he have got to university level, he'd have realised that that isn't the case. He just didn't. He's ignorant.
But I think we're saying that was his proof of the measurements of Earth. I mean, I don't know how he's come to that conclusion.
Yeah. He stole a bit of valour, said that he got science. All right, you got experiment for this 111-year out-of-date garbage, have you? No, you haven't. But in his mind, he's got science, he's got experiments, he's got evidence. He hasn't got any of the above. But he's going to give me permission to talk? No, you stupid clown. I'll shut you down and shut you up. Because you're a moron. You haven't got a clue what you're babbling about. Having spent 10 years dealing with idiots who have a religious belief that they're on a ball based on measuring Earth flat, I know how to deal with crackpot idiots who start telling me that they've got evidence in the science category for a downward vector perpendicular to a plane of reference. Incorrect that it is, because they suggest that mass attracts mass. Really? Puddles of farts? Look up at the clouds! That was the last thing I tried to say to him before I decided that it wasn't my turn to talk. No, the person who knows what they're babbling about will be the one talking in this instance, me. You, with your 111-year out-of-date crap that suggests that what clouds are hurtling towards the ground at 9.8 metres per second, they're not. They've moved away from the ground. The gases that form them went up, away from the mass of Earth. Idiot speak that is out of date. But high school boy with his crap education thinks he's going to give me permission to talk. No, dumbass, I'm running a show. Got an audience. I get paid to talk. They're not here to listen to you, dumb. What are you doing?
See, why didn't he inquire about the puddles of farts and the clouds? At least ask, what do you mean by that? And then you could break it down. He just wanted to get his freaking religion out there. He just wanted a chant about gravity, which he knows nothing about.
I'm just glad the real Nathan Oakley wasn't there, because he'd have written him a good one.
It's a good job his twin brother's around, eh? Also by the same name.
I think perhaps the gentleman was mistaken in thinking, he's going to have there was a kind of a debate to be had.
Oh, here we go.
First thing I've agreed with Aaron in a while. There is no debate. You're absolutely correct.
He must have a new mic, Elderberry, with a new voice.
He can never disguise his voice.
It's interesting because, in that kind of format, people generally put forward an argument. And, there wasn't an argument put forward there that I heard of anyway.
Not a measurement, just an argument.
Yeah, measurements aren't arguments, though, are they?
No, but in a debate setting, an argument would be a good thing to have, wouldn't it?
Yeah, there isn't one. That's what we're here for, to make sure people understand there is no debate.
But you do. I guess you don't have an argument either.
No, measurements are far more conclusive. When you describe elevation angle measurements, surveying, flying, sailing, mapping, those sorts of things require measurements, not debates.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting. I mean, my journey has kind of led me to an
Nobody
argument,
cares.
whereas
Nobody
your
cares.
journey has
Nobody
led
cares.
you away from an argument, where you say now there is no argument.
Nobody cares about your journey.
Yeah, because measurements are not debatable.
Well, I have made a
Was it
logical
horizontal?
syllogism.
Again, you started your
It-
sentence
it
with
was-
"I have," like we care. The measurements don't
Yeah,
care
it's-
either. Your journey and the measurements, those two things aren't intertwined in any way. What you've done and how you've done it is inconsequential of how Earth gets measured flat. Those two things aren't intertwined.
My journey's intertwined with yours, Nathan.
Correct. It's not. It's totally inconsequential if I understand this or do it. Correct.
That's how I come to make an argument. It was specifically for you to address
Second
you.
time. Measurements aren't arguments. Do you understand that? Your journey,
Called the
what you've
measured
done,
flat,
irrelevant of
measured
the
flat
measurement.
destructive dichotomy. Have you heard of it?
No, there's no dichotomy when it comes to measurements.
Oh, there is. There is definitely.
You think when you make a measurement of something that provides a dichotomy? You're wrong.
When you make a measurement of something.
No,
there
it's
is
not
a
about me. We
dichotomy,
just
yeah.
established it's not about me or you. But now immediately you want to make it about me making the measurement. No, you see that clever little trap that you're trying to fire off makes it about me as opposed to the measurement that's not a dichotomy. Me measuring it, what, I could have measured it right and I could have measured it wrong. Yeah, that could be a dichotomy. But the measurement of Earth with, I don't know, elevation angles, that's not a dichotomy. It's just a measurement of Earth as a flat plane.
Well, my argument addresses those measurements and the elevation angle that we
Oh, right.
found out that
They don't
refractive
care.
curvature
The measurements
isn't
don't
an
care.
elevation angle.
They don't care if you've got an argument because you're inconsequential to this. You and your journey and your dichotomies and your arguments against measurements seems stupid to me because I look at the measurement and go, that's just a measurement. The measurement doesn't care that Edda Bear's got a rebuttal. It's a measurement.
It's elder bear, elder,
It's a measurement, a measurement. And it doesn't care if Edda Bear has got something to refute the measurement with, because it's still just going to be a measurement, like an elevation angle.
Just an argument.
Just a stuttery old man who's inconsequential to the measurements. The measurements of Earth are flat. They don't need rebuttal.
Claims specifically. That's what it does. Called the measured flat destructive dichotomy. I mean, it only focuses on
We don't care
the...
about your nonsense. Nathan's talking
It
about
only
measurements.
focuses
What are
on
you
the-
talking about?
Neil, I know, but arguments are very important.
No, they're not when it comes to measuring things. The measurements are important. Creating an argument because you've heard that Earth's measured flat doesn't change how Earth gets measured.
Yeah, I heard from you how it was measured and the numbers. That's how I constructed a logical syllogism that is based around two modus tollens.
Oh,
the destructive
that's really
dilemma.
interesting. Did you not understand
Yeah.
when I said what you do is inconsequential to the measurements of Earth like an elevation angle? Did you not hear me?
The elevation angle that refractive curvature said wasn't an elevation angle, that one?
What, the one at sea level when your eye's on the sea level that you ignored 5 times? That one?
The one with the sextant that's measured with the sextant one.
Yeah,
that
on
one.
the sea level, with your eyes on the sea level.
That's not what we were talking about.
Was it not? It was very
that's what we're
specifically
talking about.
what we talked about 5 times. But you being a coward that doesn't like when your suggestion of dichotomy gets absolutely annihilated because you say a measurement of Earth flat isn't a measurement because it's not from a sextant. And we say what, like when we're on the sea level with the sextant making a measurement. That kind of thing that we weren't talking about 5 times and you ignored 5 times. We were. You just ignored it 5 times because you're an old coward.
There's nobody sitting in a dinghy with a sextant anywhere.
Sorry, so we're making it about the people who make the measurements again? Is it just me, audience, or did I already deal with this? The measurement from sea level with no correction, with a sextant, that could be made by a person that we could focus on, is just a measurement of Earth flat at sea level with a sextant. Now, this is the 7th time we've pointed this out to Edda Bear, and his response is, nobody's making it. Well, we weren't talking about the people that could be making it. We're just talking about what it is. It's a flat Earth elevation angle measurement with a sextant. But what's that? I'm not out on a dinghy doing it. Doesn't matter. Your impression that there's a dichotomy to be had in this regard is irrelevant. Your journey that you took to your little motor stolons that you bosh together, they're inconsequential. Meanwhile, the measurement is just a flat Earth measurement of sea level with a sextant. Now, as I conclude this point for the 9th time for Edibert to ignore and tell me that it's about a guy and whether or not we're actually measuring it in the dinghy, what, the flat Earth at sea level in a dinghy with a sextant, that measurement of an Earth that's flat, yeah, I can do it 10 times. But unless I get a response, eventually I'm done with Edibert. I'll just remove him.
Well, that's normal. That's normal. I mean, you have a circle of equal elevation, don't you?
So welcome to Flat Earth. That's right. We have a circle of equal elevation. That's a 2-dimensional flat circle of equal heights or equal elevation circle. Circle of equal elevation. That's right. Yeah. That's an indisputable tool derived from flat Earth angle measurements that we use to navigate with. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Has a radius and a circumference value, doesn't it?
Of this Flat Earth measurement.
As you claim, I said, the argument addressed...
No, as a claim. A area of equal elevation or circle of equal altitude is, 1, circular, that's 2-dimensional. Flat, described as equal elevation. That means the same elevation for the whole of the circle that we're measuring to navigate and find our position with. That is a Flat Earth prerequisite calculation after Flat Earth measurement angle. That is what it is. Now, Edibert needs to turn this into a dichotomy. It isn't. It just is what it is. An area of equal elevation. He needs to make it into a claim Nathan Oakley's making.
You just made the claim.
No. An area of equal elevation is not a Nathan Oakley thing. Yeah? Not at all. It simultaneously forms a system like latitude. That's not Nathan Oakley's latitude. It's just areas of equal elevation derived from a star angle measurement of a flat plane. 2-dimensional circles of equal elevation.
It's not talking about the elevation.
It's not. No, it's got no lips. It's a circle. It's got no lips. It's not talking about it. You see, you now need to make the circle into a person, don't you? Yeah, I covered this immediately, didn't I? We're not making it about people. It hasn't got lips.
It addresses the claim you're...
Sorry, it doesn't address any claim. It's a circle. It doesn't have lips to address claims with.
Addresses your claim.
No, it doesn't.
Your claim, specifically.
No, circles don't have lips.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. The circle of equal elevation...
Welcome to Flat Earth. Circle of equal elevation. If we're describing circles, they're 2-dimensional. Equal elevation means same height. So not curving, circle, flat, 2-dimensional, equal elevation, flat Earth, describing circle. Yes.
Not flat.
Sorry, circles are now not flat, says this old, incontinent retard. No, piss flaps. Circles are flat.
No,
I don't think I want to carry on with the conversation with this man. He's a retard.
Okay, that's normal.
Sorry, normal to say that circles, quote, Edibert, are not flat. Yes, they are. You
normal
are a stupid old man.
From your
stupid.
Claims. They're your claims.
Sorry, now circles are my claims. So like we said in the pre-show, Flat Earth becomes about Nathan Oakley's claims of 2D circles of equal elevation. No, they're not Nathan's. They don't have lips. They're not my claim. They're just 2-dimensional. What's that? They're not flat. No, we're dealing with retards, insane piss-flap old men.
My argument that does address your claims.
It's not an argument, it's measurement.
It's what came out of your mouth, Nathan.
Measurement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Circles of equal elevation.
Yeah, welcome to
Flat Earth. They have a radius and a circumference. You told me the circumference.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
And you've told me the radius of that circle that you
I haven't told you any radius of any circle. I've said a circle's 2D, and you've told me circles are not flat. Yes, they are. I've now started calling you an incontinent old piss-flap weirdo. A demented old deranged man. That's what I'm starting to call you because you've told me, quote, circles are not flat. That's what you've told us.
Well, the measured distance you have...
But you keep ignoring me. It's like when I annihilate this wanker, he decides that just yattering through the top of me annihilating his garbage waffle about circles not being flat like a deranged old man is going to be ignored. No, you're just an insane old man.
1 degree increment.
Now I'm done talking to you because you're just talking while I'm talking, so get lost.
Kick him out.
No. If you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. If you can't cope with circles of equal elevation being exactly what they are and need to turn them into a Nathan Oakley claim that's got lips and needs contesting in a dichotomy because they're not flat, end quote, Edabear, then you can fuck off. Get lost.
Yeah, he's trying to get to the radius and a pi equals 2. We're not interested, Edabear.
Good morning, guys.
Hello.
Yo, chocolate.
Yes, chocolate.
Yo. Yo, guys, what's up? How y'all doing?
Good.
Nothing's changed.
Yeah, good man.
Yeah, I know. I was in here 2 seconds and Oliver took his own head off, so I was like, oh well, back to business. That's hilarious.
Shout out to Mr. Loner, is it Iona? Loner? Can't quite tell what the name is at this distance. Thank you for joining us, Lion. Really appreciate your support. Well, doesn't time fly?
Did you measure latitude, Nathan? Or was that your cousin?
I haven't measured latitude. Must be my distant cousin, also called Nathan Oakley.
Next. Who's next?
I mean, latitude is an elevation angle measurement. Facts of the matter. Spitting facts. It's not a curval measurement. It's a elevation angle measurement at sea level.
Yes, but Edabear wants to be relevant. He told me about his dichotomy and his argument months ago. He even sent me a message, and I'm like, I really don't care. It's measured flat. What are you not getting? But pi equals 2.
These people are nuts. Edabear thinks pi equals 2. I mean, I don't know what else to say. These people are bonkers.
Pi equals 2?
Yeah, and circles aren't flat.
Pi equals 2 and circles aren't flat.
There you go.
These are the gems we get from people who believe they live on a magical spinning water ball. That's fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, they still want to acknowledge and recognise how flat Earth is measured with circles of equal elevation. Because they are what they are. They just, like I say, need to turn them into a claim we're making, offer them the suggestion of lips that they can communicate how wrong they are when we say they're flat. It's a circle. It's qualified with the words equal elevation. What, equal in terms of how high or low it is? What, with it being two-dimensional and a circle and all? I mean, in my opinion, just calling it a circle is enough. But, you know, what with it being tied to people not dying at sea in navigation, they've overqualified it, offered some redundancy. Equal elevation. So we're absolutely clear that we're talking about a circle, two-dimensional, with everything the same height on it. What's that? Not flat? Fuck off. You're nuts. You people are bonkers. Earth's just measured flat. It's not that serious. But to these guys, it's a debate about whether circles are flat or not. Whether pi equals 2. You're all driving yourselves mad. You're on the road to madness. You know that, right? Yeah, I'll give it 2 years.
Yeah.
2 years. And they'll all be bonkers. They'll all be committed in hospital somewhere.
Nathan, less than that. I mean, come on, just the circles of equal elevation. If the penny don't drop there, then there's no hope for you.
Shout out to Goldie,
So
who says via the super chat, circles have lips, rolling face emoji. Thank you for the super chat.
all these sailors lost at sea over hundreds and hundreds of years, you know, plotting a position on the sea level using, you know, probably 3 circles of equal elevation to find their position. They wasn't getting it wrong, was they? You know, that's what they was doing to find their position at sea, and it works.
I mean, if they were getting it wrong, they wouldn't have made it back, right? And we wouldn't have this system. But every time someone tries to use these circles of equal elevation, we never see them again.
Exactly, Nathan.
Yeah, we'll have to stop using them 2D circles on the flat chart and maps that we're using. It's not working.
Yeah. And nobody's in a dinghy using a sextant. So why would anybody need this system?
So, just to entertain that, in the history of the world, nobody was ever lost at sea. Ship went down, would have had to throw a rubber raft out and maybe have to use celestial navigation. That never happened ever.
It's written in the books. That's when you're in a life raft. This is where we know it. You don't do dip if you're in a life raft. There's no need to do dip correction, obviously, because you're at sea level.
Oh dear, he's sending me messages again. No, Eddie Bear, I don't care. I'm not even going to look at them, Eddie Bear.
Wow. He's really got it like that, bro? What's wrong with this guy?
What does Edebear want to happen, do you think? What does he want? What's the outcome he's looking for?
I'm going to tell you what he wants. He wants to be recognized as this brilliant guy. So Bev fed him a little encouragement, and he just wants to be relevant. He's just not relevant.
To who?
I don't know. To us.
We just laugh at him. I don't understand. He's relevant. But he comes here and says things like circles are not flat and pi equals 2.
Yeah, but he needs to be relevant to the argument that there isn't one of.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of that moving forward.
Say that because I was going to say what argument.
Exactly. There's going to be a lot of people that felt that when there was a perception that there was an argument about what Earth is, they had a place. Then we come along and go, well, there isn't an argument. You need it to be measured flat too. You're telling me that areas of equal elevation exist. It's so you understand that flat it's measured. And your response to that is, pi doesn't equal... What? What are you doing? It doesn't need you. That's the point. It doesn't need people, does it?
Maybe that's what it is that's driven him crazy, right? That the guys that have sat here for 10 years arguing are the ones now saying there's no argument. Maybe that's somehow flipped a switch in their head. It can't be. It has to be an argument now because before they're the ones that were saying this wasn't an argument. It's just a globe, right? So there was no argument before, but now that we're there's no argument, it's just flat. Oh, no, now there's an argument. I don't know. Maybe I'm off, but that's what it almost feels like to me.
That's exactly. Conspiracy Cats,
right in the head.
Conspiracy Cats was ground zero for that as well. So I can't remember what show we were making, but he made a comment underneath saying, aren't you even pretending there's an argument even anymore? And I was like, no, there isn't. But the fact that you've come to the surface level again, popped your head above it to go, hang on, when we pretended there was an argument, there was a sense of purpose that I could retain in this arena. You're like, yeah, well, there isn't anymore. And that works both ways. I mean, it means that the measurements of Earth and its flatness are inconsequential for both parties, me included. Now I get that, the futility of what I've done. Yeah? Coming to flat Earth in the first place, you're like, wow, how embarrassing. For a while, I thought I was important. I was a special little snowflake. And like Elder Bear a minute ago, what you and your opinion on this has got any consequence to how people survey, navigate, fly, sail, build? No, you don't have any influence over any of that stuff. Those people who go out and learn how to measure Earth flat pay to do so and get paid after the fact to employ their knowledge of how flat Earth gets measured to either erect buildings, move goods from A to B, fly people over the flat surface in straight and level flight. They're all doing it at great expense, keeping the economy going. But people in Discord and people in flat Earth think that somehow they're consequential to these things. Now, they're still happening regardless. Yeah? Flight levels will remain what they are, regardless of if everybody understands how they're on a flat plane, like the pilots deal with, or everybody believes that they're on a sphere. It won't make any difference to how flat and parallel a flight level is, will it?
Nope. Not even a little bit.
But yes, now we can just have a laugh with it. We've reached that point, and I'm content with it. I'm good with it. I understand. Yeah, I didn't make any difference. Back when I did sun tracking live, yeah? Like the guys who went down to Antarctica. In their mind, they're doing something really important. No, you're not. Neither was I when I tracked the sun. Yeah, but I thought I was going to change the world. Sniffing my own farts, appreciating my own self-importance. That's all I was doing. Now it's like, yeah, I don't have any bearing on this stuff, do I? Earth will still be measured flat regardless of if I'm here or not. Who cares? So you might as well just have a laugh with it. Take the mickey out of the idiots that would surround us that want to tell us that pi equals 2 or that circles aren't flat.
Yeah, but I mean, that Antarctica trip, I mean, don't forget there was 2 people who went back to the globe, mate, Jaron and, was it Gary? We took a hit there, mate.
Yeah, it's because if you can make it about people, if you can make geography, that's Earth, about people and whether or not they support a cause, and then you call that cause flat Earth, that makes that Earth and its measurement, that's still geography. So yeah, you need to make it separate so that the people who believe they're on a ball can also utilise geography and Earth measurement and its flatness when doing so without any consequence. Because flat Earth isn't about measuring Earth flat. That's geography. Flat Earth's about whether or not Nathan will stammer over his words, or whether or not Nathan's in a dinghy with a sextant, or whether Jaron's gone back to the ball. Yeah, none of those things are about Earth and its flatness, though, are they?
I missed you guys.
Yeah, it's been a minute, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think this is the first time I've been here in 2026. So Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, chocolate.
Isn't it near the end of February? No, beginning.
Yeah. Been a bit busy at this time, so it's been hard for me to come in.
You need some musics with violins and stuff.
No, absolutely not. I'm good. But I appreciate it, though.
After about 6 weeks plus, people start asking if you're still alive. I don't know if you ever noticed that. And there's plenty of YouTubers out there that will know exactly what I'm talking about. If there's a certain period between you posting a video and you not posting anything, people are like, are they alive still? I see it on other videographers' videos. They're like, JLB was the most recent one. So he posted a video a couple of days ago from his balcony, and it's all snowy and beautiful where he is. I think he's in Hungary. And he's like, I've had a comment under one of my older videos asking if I'm still alive. You're like, why would he be dead? Oh, he hasn't published a video. Of course, must be dead. Shout out to Unitox Femi. He says, I'm the only random genius who realised that mainstream pseudoscience is not capable to do anything in geometry. That's why I step in. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate the support. It's reached about that time as it did yesterday, 40 minutes into the show, and I've run out of steam because I've been ill for the last week. Last Saturday I was ill. What day is it? Friday. I've been ill for about a full 7 days now. I only had 2 days off. I should have probably had the full week off.
I've got about 20 messages from Edabed. They keep popping up on the top of my phone. Doesn't he listen? I know you're still listening. Edabed, stop sending me your nonsense. I'm not going to look at it. You're wasting your time.
Hey, so Buck Sodbuster just finished explaining in detail how with 2 theodolites measuring reciprocal zenith angles, you can measure the ground as curved. Are you going to actually take some time and show us how that's not the case? I'd love to see, for sure.
Are you asking us to show how something isn't the case?
Yeah, he definitely showed how the tools are used and how it works in reality. So I would love to see like your perspective on it.
So perspective?
I mean, are you just going to say words over again? Or you did a really good presentation. Very informative.
What presentation? We've had no presentation. What are you talking about?
No, but Buck did just a minute ago. There's another live stream going on.
Oh, sorry. You thought that while I was producing my show, I was watching Buck.
Well, no, but I figure you know how these things
why
work,
are you
right?
saying these words then? Are you insane? Or just stupid? No.
Okay,
You realise I wasn't watching this presentation you're referring to. So you weren't...
Well, no, but you done
No,
research
you
on the
shut up.
subject.
Yeah, no. So why would you put it to me like I should know, like I'm telepathically watching a different show whilst producing my own? Are you just stupid?
You've done a lot of research on these. You talk
Right,
about it all the time. So
what?
just
I
love
haven't
to
had
see-
anything
Sure.
presented to me, you complete idiot.
Okay.
Not
Why don't
okay,
you
you
present
stupid
something?
retard.
That's
You've
a-
just
I'll
put
take that
something
as a
to
no.
me about reciprocal zenith angles taken with theodolite. A theodolite's a tool that measures Earth's surface level as part of its angle. You have to level the tool to a planar surface. So, before I've heard the presentation, because I haven't, even though I've had suggestions that I've telepathically taken it in from someone else's live show while I'm producing my own, from this retard... You, sir, the one I'm addressing. Yeah, I'm not telepathic, but I do know that the tool that you referred to is a flat Earth measuring tool of angles.
So
Does it have lips?
The tool, no, it measures angles from surface level. You have to level the tool. Second time. X2.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. So we measure Earth flat with a theodolite.
Well, but just showed that's not the case.
Sorry, have I watched this, you fucking retard?
No, but you talk about it all the
No,
time.
no, maybe you could go really high
Theodolites
pitched.
work.
Like I'm telepathic again. Have I not just dealt with this? Do you think going high pitched will change? That your insane mind leads you to believe that what you have seen is simultaneously experienced by everybody because you're nuts.
Okay, that's a no.
Not okay,
Have a nice
you're
day.
an idiot. You're an idiot. You think because you've gone and watched somebody present something, suddenly the entire world's aware of what you've watched. Self-absorbed much?
Triggered much?
Sorry, I've responded and said that we level the tool to a plane of reference. Third time I've said it.
That's okay. Have a nice day.
So Earth's measured flat. When we reference the plane we level the tool to, fourth time's a charm, he's run away like a coward. Sorry, did somebody in the background say triggered much? The guy just ran away. I don't need to listen to any presentation to point out how this tool is levelled to a plane of reference. That's just a fact. What's that? Has it got lips? That sounds kind of like my rebuttal to the last complete idiot. It's almost like you want to be me. Like you want to nick the things I say that are quite amusing. Yeah, I get that a lot. People like to use the words I've used when I use them in an entertaining way. Like they've come up with them. What, has a theodolite that you level to a plane of reference got lips? No, but I didn't suggest that the theodolite was saying something or doing something or inferring a dichotomy like Edebear did. That would be like a coherent response to something somebody said to me. Unlike you suggesting that I've suggested that a theodolite's got lips when I say you measure Earth flat with it. Because you level it to the plane of reference. It's the first thing you do with it. That's 5 times. Of course, he's not here. He was a bit triggered to respond to the other guy who decided to interject during the conversation about how triggered they perceived me to be. Not at all. I'm talking about how that tool is referenced to a flat Earth, the first thing you do with it. Apparently there was another presentation going on, with a guy that I absolutely annihilated. Yeah? That Bucksodbuster guy, the guy who asked me about my sex life. His discussion with me last time he talked to me was about whether or not I'm using pepper pots in the bedroom, as opposed to whether or not we'll level a theodolite to a plane of reference, which we absolutely will.
yeah, so that's what they're doing. They're getting that affirmation from Buck, and then coming here with little tidbits.
Yeah,
It's measured curves with degrees.
Degrees like the angles that you're measuring. You're measuring the actual angle, though. The 2 straight lines are what you measure, one of which is from surface level. So we'll need a surface level for the theodolite. What's that? But when you describe the degrees like a protractor, the protractor's got a curve. Yeah, it has, yeah, that's right. You're measuring through the curve of the degrees of the 2 straight lines. You measure one of them's Earth surface level. So we'll need Earth to have a surface level then. Oh, yeah, that's the first step of using the tool, acquiring it by levelling it to it. So, okay, we've got a tool that measures Earth flat then. What's that? But the tool that measures Earth flat also has a curve aspect to the degrees it's measuring Earth flat with. Yeah, that's right.
Insane. They shouldn't even be using the word theodolite. It's on the list of words not to use. Yeah. If you're using a theodolite, it's measuring horizontal, vertical, and angles. Nothing to do with measuring Earth curvature. Sort your heads out.
Yeah, in their minds, like I say, these fart sniffers think that because they're putting out information... Oh, Buck's on a show, having a show about how we measure Earth spherically. Is he? All right, well, that must mean that it is. Good for you, bless you. Oh, did you think that by putting that out there, it made it so? What's the first step when you use that tool? Level it to a plane of reference. Yeah, on your way, you little scamps. Yeah? Did your cope last at least 3 minutes?
Remember, we covered a video similar to probably what you remember the lighthouse guy where we was watching him using a theodolite claiming curvature, and all he was doing was measuring zenith angles to lighthouses, and then due to perspective, presuming the Earth was curved, but he was actually measuring zenith angles, horizontal, vertical distances, which is linear. Yeah, all flat Earth prerequisites, like you say, Nathan. And this is what they've got. They're measuring, they're claiming they're measuring curvature with an angle measuring piece of equipment. Sort your necks out.
Yeah. So, like with the areas of equal elevation formed with the Polaris system we call latitude, you can draw out multiple ever-decreasing circles from what we have labelled arbitrarily the equator, the minimum elevation angle measurement of Polaris. So you've got a prerequisite flat Earth measuring system that you can then arbitrarily ascribe to the curved edge of the protractor you measured it with. And you can call that a globe at radius 3959. And that's all they ever do. Oh, look, we're measuring through these angles, degrees. Well, degrees, look, on my protractor, that curves. Yeah, it does, yeah. Yeah, that's the whole trick. That's you taking flat Earth prerequisite elevation angle measurements from surface level or sea level and then calling the curve of the protractor the surface you stand on? Nah, I'm afraid not. But with enough smoke and mirrors, people can make the stupid think that that's the surface of Earth they're standing on. When you've got to stand in it to measure the degrees, you can't stand inside a ball Earth to call the latitude system with the little degree numbers around the curved surface of your ball you think you are on. You can't measure those from within hell. You can measure them with respect to the plane you level the tool to. That's Earth's surface, because that's where you're measuring Earth from. It's just not that complicated. Earth's measured flat. And yes, you can create a ball with those measurements, like I told the first guy on this very live stream. Step 1, measure Earth flat. Step 2, create a ball from those measurements. Step 3, tell a flat earther that he's never going to be in a dinghy with a sextant.
You're absolutely right, though. All you need some smoke and mirrors and Neil smoking the grass Tyson, waving his fingers around and saying magical stuff. And Earth's globe.
Everyone's entitled to it.
Whoever the hell that is.
Everyone's entitled to their religion. If you want to believe you're on a ball, fair enough. Now, we've come a long way in the last 10 years. And that journey has led us to understand where your ball you believe in came from. How Earth got measured to create it. Now, that road to insanity could result in you being a piss-flap-ridden old man telling you that circles aren't flat at the end of that process, or you can just accept how Earth gets measured for your belief. Now, you can still retain your belief, but you'll need to sink to your knees and acknowledge how flat Earth must be measured to achieve said belief. You don't like it. But that's what you need to do. If you want to believe you're on a ball, you have to accept how flat you must measure it. Earth, that is.
Except for the Earth isn't flat, so it's never been measured flat, so...
Really?
I mean, we don't even measure flat. It is flat. We've got the 0 degree baseline called sea level for our elevation profiles across the Earth. It is flat in the first instance and level and horizontal. Simple as that.
I mean, you can make stuff up, but the Earth is a globe and you can't do anything about it.
I mean, you can just say that, but I mean, everything that you actually measure with
Have you
respect
done
to
any
Earth's surface
measurements,
is flat.
Nathan?
So
Probably not.
just try that again. You never used a compass?
You know what I've done, Nathan?
You ever used a
And you
compass?
can do it now too. I
Stuttery, have you ever used a compass?
stick.
Have you ever used a compass?
Wait. I have
Compass?
taken a stick.
Right, he's just told us that Earth isn't flat and that it's actually ball-shaped. We've addressed him by saying sea level, mapping, directionality. We're asking him if he's used a compass, and we've got a load of cotton.
Moment. So Nathan, this is what I've done.
Wait, Nathan.
I take a stick and I measure the length of that
Say again, Chocolate.
formula
I was going to say let him go because he started with I got a stick.
to deduce
So,
the
let him
length
go.
of the shadow. Okay? And guess what? That mathematical formula accurately measured the length of that shadow. You can do that anywhere on Earth, any time of day,
Are you talking
any
about,
day of the year.
talking about elevation angles?
No, I'm not even. No. What I'm saying is, I took the stick and I took the length of the stick, and I actually, yes, I assumed that the correct dayandtime.com gave me the correct elevation angle to the sun.
It's a flat Earth
Okay.
angle measurement. Do
And I took the
you want to just
cosine of
pause
that
for a second? Do you
angle
want to take a breath?
and divided
Dude,
by the
do you
length
want
of the
to, do
stick.
you want to pause? Do you want to take a breath?
No.
No, you want. Okay, you took yourself out. Go ahead.
And I assumed dayandtime.com had the proper angle to the sun.
Flat Earth angle measurement. The flat Earth elevation angle
I
measurement.
didn't do any angle measurement at all.
You just told
I
me you
assumed
used
the
a flat
proper
Earth
angle was
elevation
given
angle
to
that
me.
you assumed from an app, though. That flat Earth elevation angle
but
was
here's
assumed
the
to be
deal.
correct, was it?
I used a formula.
Dude,
a
you don't
math
need to yak through
formula
me. Dude, I'm trying to respond
based
to
on the
you.
elevation angle that-
Dude. I know this is triggering and difficult for you.
Nathan, pause.
Dude.
Pause.
No, I'm
Let
talking
me
about a
finish
flat
what I'm
Earth
saying.
angle measurement. If you tell me to pause again,
I didn't.
I'm going
I
to shut
didn't
you up
assume
if you
any
don't
angle-
allow me
I
to
didn't
respond.
assume
You
the Earth was a
just need
globe
shutting up,
or-
right?
or
You're not
flat.
going to shut up?
No,
not gonna shut
you
up.
Shut up, because you're talking in the middle of my sentence.
I'm running a live show, and I will do exactly as I damn well please. When this dick, this total dick, decides that he's going to yak through me. What is going on? Who's talking?
It's raining.
Who's talking?
That one t-shirt's going to be enough. Yeah. Keep you warm.
What the hell?
What the hell? Oh, that was Bev white knighting for the guy who was being shut up. He's just told us he's used a flat Earth prerequisite elevation angle that he acquired from an app, and he assumed that flat Earth measurement was correct. And he thinks that being by yak happy through the top of me, that's going to change that he's using a flat Earth measurement. No, absolutely not. Let's see if he can respond to me. You've used a flat Earth measurement.
Okay, Nathan, let me finish. I never said the Earth was a globe or flat in this.
I am, you dumbass.
Oh my God.
You have used a flat Earth prerequisite elevation angle measurement. You got it from your app. You said you assumed it to be correct. You measured Earth flat with an elevation angle.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you don't have to like it. That's what it is. It's elevation. That means from the surface level. Angle, that's two straight lines meeting at a vertex. One of them formed with the surface level. It's an elevation angle one. The one you
Cool,
assumed
but I
was
didn't-
correct.
I didn't measure an elevation angle, though, Nathan.
Did you get it from an app?
I assumed that dayandtime.com had the correct elevation angle.
Yeah, so welcome to Flat Earth. You've assumed that they've measured the correct elevation. That's surface level. It forms part of the angle when you describe two straight lines meeting at a vertex, one of them being from the surface level, denoted with the word elevation, meaning from the surface, and angle, meaning two straight lines. You've used a flat Earth prerequisite. It's the first thing you've assumed to be correct.
You're incorrect.
No, that's what you've told me. You've told me you've used an elevation angle. I'm not assuming anything. I'm not incorrect about anything. I'm summarising what you have done.
No, you're incorrect. Because I didn't know the length of the shadow until I did the mathematical formula. and then I measured it, and the mathematical formula was correct.
Of the stick.
Yeah, you measured the flat
And
Earth
you can use that same thing anywhere on Earth any day of the year, Nathan.
What, an elevation angle measurement? Yeah, we know. We can measure Earth flat any day of the week.
I didn't measure the elevation.
My bad, he's just going to talk through me telling me what he didn't do while I respond to him. It's like the yak happy feel that that's going to overcome me with my own live show that I can control. No, sir. You've measured Earth flat with an elevation angle. It's two straight lines, one of them formed with surface level. That's denoted by the word elevation, meaning from the surface. Angle, meaning two straight lines. Straight being the line along the surface and the line up to the light in the sky for your shadow.
Are you listening? I didn't measure the elevation angle.
No, you assumed it was correct from an application that had already measured it. And there's I heard him. I didn't measure it. He said it 4 times, like I haven't overcome it by pointing out that acquiring it from an app still requires somebody measured Earth flat at some stage. Going, I detach myself from this flat Earth measurement because they who made the app made that flat Earth measurement, not me. So I can use it with impunity. Dumbass. You're utilising a presupposed flat Earth with an elevation angle you've got from an app.
No, I didn't get it from an app.
But what he used it for was, was to measure the shadow of the stick.
What I did is I took the elevation angle, use a mathematical formula, took the length of my stick that I had, and divided it by the cosine or whatever formula I used. I can't remember. But
why are we even listening to this guy? He can't even remember what he's done. I described it by the cosine of the formula or something that I can't remember. So you're a babbling buffoon. You don't even know what you've done. Yet you've gone to an app that utilises flat Earth prerequisite elevation angle measurements. And now you're describing a formula that you don't understand for your own claim.
He stuck his stick in the ground and then measured a horizontal shadow.
Yeah, I think that was the basic point, right? I could grab a stick anywhere and just use it to measure Earth as a globe. Anywhere? Is that the basic gist that you got, bro?
Yeah, that's it.
Grab the stick, measure the shadow, then went to the app, and it told you whatever, and then Earth is globe?
Yeah. He can sleep tonight now. He'll sleep tonight.
You could do this anywhere on Earth, and it would be accurate.
And I could grab this. I could grab any stick and go anywhere on Earth and do this.
How would you know where you were on Earth?
That's what you're saying.
Would you need coordinates?
Yep.
All right, those are flat Earth angle measurement derivations of Earth's flat surface to give us the coordinate data to know where we are when we position ourselves on Earth as a flat plane based on the flat Earth elevation angle measurements that have been taken to give us the coordinates.
Yeah, give us the coordinates of the stick. Give us the coordinates of the stick, mate.
So, just so we're clear, I'm a flat earther and I'm describing how unequivocally flat Earth must be with coordinates that are derived from flat Earth only angle measurements. This man's got a stick.
Any measurement you're taking will require a flat plane of reference.
Dum-dum, do you think your stick overcomes the accurate positional information with coordinates that's derived from flat Earth angle measurements? Do you think your stick overcomes my coordinate positioning system that's inherently flat? You think you're overcoming that? I'm going to go with no. I'm going to go with I think coordinates that tell us where we are on the ground trump your stick. Okay?
Is this the 2026 version of Aristophanes? Is that what this is supposed to be?
A flat Earth.
Yeah, Eratosthenes measured it flat too.
Yeah, maybe he doesn't know that. That's why it came through with his stick that he could bring anywhere.
What he thought was if he told me over and over again that he didn't measure the elevation angle, repeatedly through me pointing out that that's a flat Earth prerequisite, that made his argument somehow sound, that somehow he'd win by yakking through the top of me over and over again that he didn't measure the elevation angle that requires a flat Earth, therefore he gets away with using it. No, you still need Earth to be flat for elevation angles to be measured ever, and for the coordinate system for you to know your location to be true. Those trump your stick.
Chant that mantra.
What
Hi.
about mantra?
It's me, the guy from Uruguay. Are you ready to crack out some more?
Hi. How's the sun moving for you? Left or right?
You can't mock my voice. You have one
How
of the
does
worst
that go
voices
for you?
ever.
Okay,
Oh,
I've got a
wow.
question
You
for
got-
you.
you
You're a
got
good guy.
one, huh?
Just so we cut to the chase from last time we had the
Yeah,
conversation.
you can call me Max.
Max.
So I brought up an issue that got all of you very confused. So I would like to clear it up.
Oh, I was
Confused.
When I was talking about
Before we do though,
going the
Max,
other way,
is it okay if we clarify something with you? Because we were, you're right, confused.
I was in the middle of making a
Which
point,
way do
though.
you think the sun goes? West to east or east to west?
Yeah, that's what I'm about to clear up.
Oh, really?
The sun.
So which way
rises
does
in
the sun go? East to west or west to east?
The sun rises in the east, sets in the west.
No, you see, last time you said
Right?
that. No, you said last time that they went.
No, I
The
didn't
sun went
say
in
that. You're a
different
liar.
directions. Max,
Liar.
Max, you don't have to yak through me. I'm just clarifying for my live audience that's paying me what you said last time, which was you described unequivocally the sun going in two different directions.
Yes.
Last time.
I can demonstrate.
No, you've just clarified that it travels in one direction, and now you're telling us the complete opposite again. It sounds like you're another one of those insane madmen.
You would stop
One of those
burning out.
insane madmen that thinks that by yakking through me, you'll change that. Last time you said it went in two different directions.
Yeah. Are you going to let
Yeah, I'm going to shut you up. Are you going to say yak, yak, yak through the top of me, do you, while I host a live show? Get lost, you stupid prick. Now you don't get to take part. Yak, yak, yak. He's just told us, yeah, I can prove it. It goes in different directions. No, just to summarise this in a very easy manner. The sun only goes in one direction. He confirmed it. It was the first thing I clarified with him. But if you turn around, it appears to go in the other direction. Yeah? It's that simple. But if you're an insane man who feels that saying yak, yak, yak through the top of somebody clarifying how insane it is last time we spoke to suggest that the sun goes in different directions, yeah, you're going to get me all over you, shutting you up because yak, yak, yak won't work on me. I'm in charge.
All right.
Nathan.
So that's not what I
that
said.
turning around
So-
seems to really get him.
Revelation 21:8, you're going to the lake of fire. But that things aside, I did put the evidence. Would you like me to share it again?
You sound very nervous.
Looking west. You are both looking west at the sunset. So I never said anything about turning around. You are looking west at the sunset at the same time. In the south, it will go right to left. In the north, it will go left to right.
West.
It's not relative because you're looking at the sunset. That is west in both places at the same time.
So the sun's moving in the same direction then for both people.
No, it's going
It's
right
moving west,
to
you
left
just said.
in the south.
So it's actually
left
moving.
to
It's actually
right
moving
in the
east
north.
then. So it's actually moving east for one of them then.
No, you're looking.
No. So again, just for my audience, for this crackhead, no, the sun's just going in the one direction. Yeah. It's just being viewed from two different places. Yeah, that's right. It's still going in the same direction though.
For flat Earth, that's why you're crashing out.
Sorry, okay,
Left to
let's just
right
do
is
something
not
else, Max.
east.
Let's
Nah,
just see if you
we're
can cope with something
laughing at
else,
this
Max.
crap.
Max, do you
I'm
appreciate...
not coping with anything. You're showing that.
Well, let's just see if you can answer a question without yakking through me. Do you appreciate that the directionality that you're ascribing this is flat?
You can chant your mantra all you want.
Let's just see if my mantra lands with my audience. Go and buy a compass and look any of the directions on that compass and know that it is a flat earth prerequisite measurement tool of directionality when I say unequivocally that the directions this man has appealed to are flat only.
Yeah, chant that mantra.
Okay, I will. A compass is flat. You level it to use it. Directions are flat. We travel on Earth using directions. Earth is flat. We use the flat directionality on a compass to navigate Earth in a flat orientation when we level a compass to the plane of Earth for our direction. For instance, south. If you are in my audience, point south and know it's flat. Then point north and know it's flat. Understand? It's not a mantra, it's a statement of absolute fact.
It's a mantra because you have no evidence, dumbass.
I've got no evidence. Audience, go and buy a compass. Hold said compass and go, Nathan's got no evidence that a compass works flat. Yeah, okay, you're an idiot. Go and have
You're an
yourself
idiot.
committed.
Euclid says you're an idiot.
Sorry, a compass says we level it. If it had lips, But it doesn't. It's just a tool of directionality. It's two-dimensional and flat. We level compasses for them to work.
We don't level compasses.
Okay. Now, if you are an insane person, you can go out and buy a compass and you can hold it like that. Now, you're not going to find your way very easily on a map if you do that. I'll just assure you of that in a hurry. But this crackhead says you don't need to level your compass. Do you not?
Nathan, I have all my teeth. I have no cavities.
Now the guy's going to get removed. So now he's ad homing me. He's got all of his teeth. Oh, well, you've no longer got a place on the show. So take your teeth somewhere else, because that isn't really a rebuttal to me pointing to my audience directly down the barrel of a camera whilst the yak-happy Uruguay guy talks through me about how flat compasses are, because he doesn't level them, right? Okay. Meanwhile, anybody who's ever used a map knows how level the compass must be for it to function, because that's what it is. It's a flat earth only tool of directionality. But what's that? It's Nathan's mantra, because he's got no teeth. Nah, it's just a compass.
Nah, he must have one of those special 2026 compasses that you don't need to level to use. Like, it must be like...
Which way is north to him?
But listen, if the audience can't afford a compass, just go and grab a stick, stick it in the ground vertically, and measure the horizontal shadow. That'll be a lot cheaper.
Got time for one
he
more.
thinks when you're pointing north that you point up and south you point down.
Look, it's very telling, right, when you need to tell me about how poor my teeth are, yeah? And that circles aren't flat, pi equals 2, and compasses don't need levelling, yeah? Tell me that pointing south is a mantra. Nah, that's a pretty well-established directionality that people use when they've got a map and a compass.
So on the flat Earth, actually, everybody would be pointing different directions for
flat,
south.
Right?
It's still two-dimensional, though, isn't it? It's still flat.
Yeah, but
yes.
Even so,
yes,
everybody would be pointing different directions for south.
All flat.
Man, I heard Nathan Oakley was brave enough to sally forth. But,
Second time.
I guess he's still got a...
Second time. So all directions that you asked me to appeal to, I'm addressing this guy now. If this is third, I'll keep counting him off. He said, they'd all be different, the souths. I said, they'd all be flat. That's 4 times.
So what does that mean?
Stuttery little bitch! You win the prize of Grand Stutterer. That's right, you stuttery little bitch. So, they're all flat then.
Okay.
Okay, you win the prize of flatness. That's right. Flat Earth only directionality time after time after time. They want to use these tools that give us directions and then ignore how flat Earth must be to use them. Welcome to Flat Earth. That's right. They're all flat. Every single one of them, aren't they?
You can't get around it.
A compass reading is one-dimensional, not two-dimensional.
It's kind of funny.
So two-dimensional.
It's one-dimensional.
Sorry, my friend. If you want to believe that you can travel in a one-directional direction, then that's your bad, okay?
Yeah, there's north and then there's south. On a flat Earth, there's many souths.
Sorry, there's only ever south flat, south, north, any direction. They're all flat. There's only flat directions.
Okay, I'm just...
Okay! Yeah, that's what's called a tacit acceptance. Yeah, if I could just get past how flat it must be. Yeah, it's got to be flat, though.
Okay, so you have nothing.
Okay,
all right, thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
So that's the end of this discussion. For us to use directionality in any capacity, Earth is flat for directionality.
That's correct.
You don't seem to be responding. Welcome to Flat Earth, my friend. Directions are flat.
They're still trying to level the compasses vertically.
You thought you had a little gotcha by saying there's lots of different souths. It's different for everybody. Oh, really? Yeah, they're all flat, though. This direction that we're using is definitely flat. It's a direction that we definitely commonly use. It's definitely going to form a fundamental premise of mapping and navigating, and it is ipso facto flat. You've said, okay, with a tacit acceptance. Yeah, well, at that point, Earth's flat, as per the direction that we're using. No? Cat got your tongue? All right. Well, I'll just welcome you to Flat Earth. Yeah, that's right. South's different for other people, depending on where you are. What, it'd be pointing magnetic north, and that's why it needs to... Maybe if you yak through me, it will change that we've got a flat Earth directionality. Maybe in the middle of the summary, you could start answering after leaving long, protracted silences with your dumbfounded, tacit acceptance. Okay, yeah, flat. Yeah, that's right. Earth's flat.
Yeah. Well, half my face is numb right now, so I apologize for my lack of being able to speak.
That's all right. Dumbfounded silences is something I'm kind of accustomed to with people like yourself, sir. Meanwhile, directionality is a flat Earth prerequisite. Earth is flat when we utilise and describe directions on it.
Do you understand that?
I don't care if you understand. I don't care. Neil's asking if you understand. I don't care if this crackpot who's dumbfounded understands or not. Whether or not this dumbass understands that compasses are flat, directionality is flat, Earth is dealt with flat with directionality. It's inconsequential to what a freaking compass does if this crackpot gets it or not. I don't care if he understands. It's inconsequential to how flat is dealt with when we use a compass. You understand me? So it doesn't matter if you understand this. How stupid you are is irrelevant of how flat compasses are and how flat directions are and how flat Earth is dealt with. It doesn't matter if you get this. Hope you understand. It's nothing personal.
Nathan, I don't want him to get lost.
I don't care. If I'm using a map, my fundamental understanding of what a compass does would be important to me finding my way home. Whether or not this guy loses his way in the woods because he's like, well, south's different for everybody on a flat Earth. Really? Yeah, it's a flat direction. Only. So if you want to use south, you better get on your knees and appreciate how flat Earth is.
It's not true.
Yeah, why would you frame the question on a flat Earth if that's literally what
his head's got wet,
trying to do?
Chocolate, you're a little muffled when you come in, Chalk.
The guy's head's gone west.
We did one more. Last one. Any more for any more, and then I'm going to thank the server for having us.
If I head south long enough, why do I end up going?
Oh, we know that voice.
You're obnoxious. No, you don't get to come and call me a child abuser and then decide that you're going to join in on my live show. Get lost. Next.
They just asked you if you travel in a horizontal direction forever, what would happen?
I don't understand what directionality, why it's baffling so many people. Very
forever
simple.
doesn't exist.
Exit away from measurements, Neil. They don't want to talk about the measurements. Their flat Earth measurements that they use.
Oh, they're trying to turn this into a debate.
Yeah.
Whether a compass works on a flat Earth or not.
Yeah, if I can just use elevation angles from the app, it means I haven't measured Earth flat. It just was measured flat for the app to exist for me to pull the data from so that I can express my bull belief based on these flat Earth data points. Oh, right. I see. So you've got these flat Earth data points from an app, therefore it's not really you measuring Earth flat. I see. What, so south is different for everybody on a flat Earth? But what, on a globe, that sentence has any meaning? No, the compass is still flat. It has to be levelled. That's how we use them. That's what directions are. Flat. What's that? But if you can just whistle past how flat directions are and say, I don't know, maybe that's not true. What's not true? That south is a flat direction? No. For the guy who recently just said, no, that's not true, that was his only rebuttal. He didn't give any justification for it. It was a baseless assertion. That's south. It's flat. Go look at a compass and know how true it is.
Unless he thinks when you're north, you go up and south, you go down. That's weird.
I mean, if it's insane, like stupid. Yeah, a lot of these people are insane. They're ball believers. Ignorant fools that haven't actually looked about how their ball got created, using things like south, directionalities, elevation angles, surface level, sea level. These things that they're all appealing to. They're all flat Earth measurements that they all need. They take them from geography and make flat Earth about whether or not Nathan stutters about things, or whether or not he's got pepper pots and pepper grinders, or how he treats his children. That's what they've decided to make flat Earth into, yeah? So that it can be ignored how flat they need to use Earth for their appeal to how ball-shaped it isn't. But with that, I'm going to say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow.
Yeah. He's got an argument.
Oh.
But the new news is we tried to go into a geography server, and we got the boot right away. Go ahead, Len.
I'm sure.
I was just going to ask, what was the crack with this worldwide debates? Because McToon obviously set up his live show to run at the same time as Nathan's, and he kept putting up this timer that's saying Nathan has refused to debate on a neutral platform for 1,445 days, 8 hours, blah-de-blah. So why didn't McToon go into this neutral server and say what he wanted to say?
It's all cope, Len. It's all cope. Let them. This has been going on for the longest time. They've had timers that Nathan refuses to debate when he has a debate channel. But the problem is, see, they're having a hard time realizing that there is no debate. Measurements are not debatable.
Yeah, they need the argument, they need a debate, which there is neither of. We've just got measurements of Earth, and we use sea level for all elevation profiles on Earth, 0 degree baseline. The way Earth's created.
Chocolate hit it right in the head. When it first started, they were telling us there's no debate. Earth's a globe. But now, we're telling them there's no debate. Earth's measured flat. Now they want to debate.
Hang on a minute.
Now it's a problem. Because we were the ones being called factards and burfs and all that crap when we had a problem with the given narrative, right? And they were the ones who kept telling us, this is not a debate, it's a globe. Like, just accept it and move on. Now we're the ones telling them it's not a debate. It's never been one, right? And now they're the ones who are triggered by it. You could hear it.
Yep.
You could hear how they're all triggered. They sound like they're stuttering and nervous when they're trying to present something that they did with a stick and a shadow and something. Oh, I did something with this. Like, what? Are you guys crazy?
Yep.
What's wrong?
Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
I mean, we did have to. We nearly got caught out there, guys, because we had the vertical stick in the ground with the horizontal shadow, which I was like trembling about. That was a little bit, I don't know how we got out of that one. And then we had the elevation angle to the sun. What else did we have? The theodolite angle measurement.
And
that was it.
Doesn't move in a different direction as it's moving in a different direction, apparently, or something to that effect. I don't know.
Yeah, that's Uruguay guy. Yeah, that's him. You're not gonna mock me.
Come on over while Coon, Buck, and IC Spin all sat in that other channel like a bunch of cowards.
Say again?
Huh?
I was just saying, at least that Uruguay guy had the courage to come on over, unlike Toon and Buck and IC Spin, who all sat in the other channel the entire time like a bunch of cowards chat skanking.
All while putting up his timer.
You are right about that.
Yeah, all while he keeps putting up his graphic of Nathan's refused to debate on a neutral channel.
There's no debate. It's not a refusal to debate. We're acknowledging that there is no debate. What do they want to debate about? You don't debate measurements. You either adhere to a measurement or you don't.
Well, there's a debate, Neil, and an argument. There's hope in their mind that the Earth is a globe.
Maybe they want to debate on whether this quotation is a quotation.
Yeah, he was quoting you badly today at a bear when he came in. And then when we brought him back to the rubber ducky, right? You know what he said?
Nobody's talking about that.
Nobody's measuring from a rubber ducky.
Oh.
So they mentioned life raft.
Yeah, life raft, whatever.
What did Eratosthenes do?
He did what the guy that today did. He grabbed a stick and measured a shadow. Except he went to an app afterwards, and Eratosthenes apparently didn't, because I don't think they had apps back then. What's good, Reflex? It's good to hear you, man.
Nathan's right, though.
Yeah,
It's
that's
about
what's
making
up.
it about the people. That's what they're trying to do now.
Plus, like, just in case you did, like we said the other day, they're using these apps. They got these theodolite apps, which are programmed with WGS84 after the elevation angle measurement. Then it's programmed to WGS84 spherical geometry. And so they've got a big one about this at the moment. For some reason, they think that because it's been changed into a sphere after measuring a flat, we're all right.
Oh, so a ball's built into the app and everything's cushy.
Well, why does the app change it into a sphere? Shouldn't it have been that in the first place?
Yeah, why do you have to change it?
Yeah, it's like, you just measure the curve first. If you've got the curve, why do you need to change it and calculate the sphere? Just measure the bloody sphere.
Yeah, that's the part that's so funny, right? It's like you got to do all these tricks and illusions and math and magical things to measure this curve that you guys yourself will tell us that you can't even see. You can't even measure yourself. I mean, if y'all don't think that's crazy, I don't know what.
It goes to the basic thing.
Yeah.
If Earth was curved, why did it have to be converted from flat to curved? Right? Instead of the Santiago thing.
It's like the guy the other day said to me, he said, we don't actually have to use the Earth. All we need is an imaginary horizontal. His words.
I mean, even in your imagination, it's horizontal. Like, bro, define the words that you're using. Like, get off the crack, guys. It's terrible. Imaginary horizontal. Why? Shouldn't it be an imaginary curve?
Well, why they're saying that chocolate is why they're saying that is because when Nathan gives his definition for an elevation angle, the horizontal plane of reference the observer is standing on, which is Earth, they want that to be imaginary, not a real line.
But why do they take that up with us? Why don't you go find the people who are out there not only defining elevation angles but using them? Why are you coming here to flat Earth debate for that? Like, are you guys crazy?
We came up with it. We did not come up with the definitions. No, we didn't. That's sustainable by design, right, Nathan? They came up with that's their definition. We're just reiterating it and taking a flack for it.
Yeah, well, they need to make it about definitions. So if you're talking about something that's a method or a measurement, the important part is how it's measured or how the method's applied. Whereas they can make it about how we define the method. So instead of it being, do you appreciate how to employ this method? Or is it more like, can you define it so we can debate it? Because then it becomes about whether or not you, Neil, understand what the definition of a elevation angle is. If I can redefine it as being with respect to an imaginary planar surface that's not the surface, until conversion's taken place, and then it's the curved surface we definitely do stand on after we measured the imaginary one, then it's semantics. It's about whether or not you can define it. It's like, well, but the guy who's out there that's measuring an angle from surface level just doesn't want to die. He's not concerned about whether or not you in a Discord server, or I here now, understand the meaning of this word. It's about a method or a measurement.
Exactly.
There's that guy out there using it. He already knows what the definition is. That's how he's using it. But then after the fact, while he's out there doing that, you're gonna come in here on a Discord server and tell us that that's not actually that. Really? How did you think that was gonna work out?
I think Nathan's right. You know, I mean, they are going into madness. You can feel it, you can sense it, you can hear it.
The only thing he's wrong about is the 2 years he gave them. I think they're gonna descend a lot quicker. You hear it already. Listen, it's gonna take a lot. It's gonna be quicker than 2 years.
Yeah, but that little show we've just had, and it is a show for a lot of them. They know they come in here and mention. We spoke about this yesterday, didn't we? When we're in these servers, we just, we're not. we was hoping we'd be speaking to some professional people about geography, but that didn't work out either. But these people in here, they're going to use theodolites, use sextants, and tell you the measuring Earth curve. Argue about the elevation angle definition and sea level definition and what horizontal means. And they know what they do. They know that they're doing that and wasting time and trying to get you. So they're not actually, that's the whole purpose. To try and keep you debating about a non-debatable subject and argue about measurements, which is just pure truth.
Yeah, measurements are measurements. Nothing to debate about. Every time I gave a measurement, there was no debate.
It's funny though, because we're all doing it now. Every other word they use, you can just bring back down to a flat Earth. Bring back down to flat Earth measurement. Whatever they say, theodolite, angle, vertical stick, shadow.
When I was doing it just for feet, it was a sneaker store that came out in like the late 90s. It was supposed to take over the Foot Locker. It never took off, but there was some large areas we were measuring. When I gave the foreman a measurement, he didn't debate it with me. He just said, just make sure, measure it twice, so I only got to cut it once. But there was no debate about the measurements. The measurements were the measurements.
Yeah, what are your feelings about 12 by 19 feet square equals 228 square feet? Tell me about it. How do you feel?
Well, it's definitely a dichotomy. We should deal with this quickly.
Neil, you've measured that room for the wooden floor. Just give me the measurements and I'll run it through the WGS84 program and everything's fine.
Did you take the imaginary measurements?
Can you come up with the geoid as well?
They were just imaginary measurements, right?
Yeah, 175 by 175. Hold on, let's debate about that. Now, when you've taken those measurements, do you realize that you were equidistant from the center of a globe? That's what they told me one time.
Did you have to climb a tree?
They told me you don't realize when you're leveling the floor, that level is from the center of a globe. Go figure that out.
No, levels having no part higher or lower than another.
That's what it be.
And what globe? The same one they're telling us now you can't measure as a globe? That one?
Yeah, the one that was created with the flat Earth measurements.
I think they're talking about a straight line radius, Neil. They're getting mixed up.
Yeah, but I think chocolate's on it. In the beginning, they were telling us there's no debate. The whole body of science knows we're on a globe. Now when we're saying the debate's over, just measured flat. Now they want to debate badly.
100-0. Like Edda Bear,
I
wanted
just want
you
to say,
so much. What it
just want to say thanks for coming by, and I hope everything went smoothly.
I need the link.
Nice one, Riggs.
Can you send me a link?
Mm-hmm.
So I can put it below the show, like on the re-up. when people come, if you want them to come to your server, I need the link for it. But obviously, you've had changes in your server, so the last one doesn't work.
Okay. You want the? I can send you a direct message.
Hold on a second. Can you send it to who's in contact with Riggs that can pop it in Masterbeat?
Send it to me, Riggs.
Send it to Neil, and he'll put it in Masterbeat, and I'll publish it below the video. Thank you.
No problem.
Riggs, do you know why McToon was hiding in a different room?
Don't do that to him.
Yeah, I actually had to address that. It appeared that they were trying to run a show parallel to your show, and I had to shut it down because it's very disrespectful. I told them if they want to organize an event, hopefully it doesn't overlap with something else that's already scheduled. And they took over my live stream, and I had to handle that. So they were just trying to counter everything that you were saying. So
yes, it's very telling.
They could have came in.
I mean, I applaud you as the server operator, right? That's your prerogative, right? And bravo. But by the same token, my attitude was like, oh, good for you. You know, you need to retain control. It highlights the level of projection when they're like, Nathan hides behind his mute button. It's like, you've run a parallel show so that you can retain control. Yeah. My God, projection is an awful thing and very telling.
Well, they were in a completely different room, and then intentionally started when your show started to steal your clout. So pretty lame. And I frown upon that kind of behavior. So
that's fair enough. From my perspective, it's fair enough. From your perspective, you're like, I'm not having this. But I appreciate that.
It just shows how much of a coward Toon is.
I can do for you guys. I got to head back. I've got a lot of stuff going on. So
did you send the link to Neil? Hold on, just before you go.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
Anything else?
That's it. As long as I can do, as I've promised, I'll do for you, which is put your link to your show, to your Discord server.
I appreciate it. Yeah, if you can, cool. If not, no worries.
Did you put it in Master B, Neil?
The Master B now.
Thanks. I'll put it under now. Brilliant.
And I'll post it in the YouTube threads as well.
Perfect.
So we predicted it, right, Len? That's exactly what they were doing, running a counter show.
No, but it's just the fact that he was hiding in a separate room and not joining this room in a neutral server. It's spineless. While he's trying to play as though Nathan's scared and hiding from him.
Are we in a different server right now?
No, we've gone back to Flipside. So we were in Worldwide Debates. We're now in Flipside.
Oh, but when we were in the other one, that's when McClown was doing this crap?
Yeah, so he decided to run a parallel show at the same time as mine. Like, that's the way to do it, though. If you've got an idea to run a new restaurant, let's say you're selling fish and chips, and you look around the local area, and on one particular street, there's a popular fish and chip shop. Where's the best place to open your fish and chip shop?
I do not agree with this analogy, Nathan. You said this years ago. Right. How do you think opening up another chip shop right across the street is going to help? You want to move away from where they are.
What, where people don't want chips?
No, of course they're going to. Well, I see.
Yeah, but Neil, they do it. I work in the supermarket environment. Wherever you see a Morrison's, there's an Aldi next door.
Yep. Why? Because Aldi know when they come to set up that store, that when people drive past that particular location, they go, that's where food is purchased. So when they pull in and they go, oh, there's somewhere else to buy food. Yeah. You've come to buy food and there's food to buy. But now there's competition.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, so therefore, if you want to retain control of something, selling the fish and chips, debating about the nature of Earth, make it in the exact same time and place that something's already in existence. Now, for me, I'm smiling about it because it's very flattering. All right, you appreciate that people come over here for chips? Yeah. And you want a piece of that? Yeah, I know. What's that? You want to tell people that I'm a coward and that I'm not coming to debate on neutral platforms? Now I've got my own chip shop, haven't I? It's running. You're welcome to come in and buy chips. Oh, you want to be the one selling the chips? I see. Yeah. Then you need to badmouth your competition, don't you? Because that always goes over really well. when Aldi say Sainsbury's have got rats. Yeah, that's how they market generally. Aldi are really good at telling people that Sainsbury's have got rats. Oh no, that's not how you market, that's just telling, right? People normally turn their nose up at that type of marketing tactic. But that's all this is, marketing. Also protection. Yeah, there's a good chance that what Toon actually means is he's scared of me. That's what he actually means, because he wants my attention. He's always talking about me.
Exactly. And the way you get the customers is you have the better fish and chips. See, we have the measurements. They have the fantasy.
But it helps if you know the councilman and you can have a road ripped up that was in front of the chip shop that's your competitor. If you can rip the road up so no one can get to them, I mean, there's a good chance that people will still walk over the rubble. You know what I mean?
Yeah, then they'll all come to your chip shop.
Yeah, to destroy the road. You know, that's what algorithmically occurs. Like, I'll just destroy all the roads that lead to the place that have got the good chips because we want them to buy our chips. The road being the algorithmic sharing of our material.
Yeah, definitely. We're all alone here.
You just got a chip on his shoulder, mate.
But we're all alone.
Really the only time Matuna has ever showed up here was that one time with the stupid award thing that he showed up here, that we've been here every day.
Yeah, 4 years ago.
And don't forget to wear the guns, Nathan.
Where are the guns? Have they found the guns yet?
Yeah.
Oh, they did? Oh, that's cool.
Nathan, when did they find the guns?
Well, the first one was when I referenced it originally. It was about 2007, 2008. And it was the Chilean government again then. Did you know that? When Toon dug out that comment when I'm talking about a guy being escorted away by the Navy, that was the Chilean government again. Same Navy. Did you know that?
No, I didn't realize that. So you're saying recently, well, not recently, but maybe about a year ago, 2 years ago, it happened as well.
Yeah, so 6 months after 6 months after they claimed to go to Antarctica, the Chilean government escorted somebody away, the Navy, again. You know, and before anybody asks, yes, the Navy have guns. Shocking, I know. But they escorted the guy away. And the previous time, it was a guy that had done it repeatedly. Like in 2008 or 2007. But that's what I was referencing back then, because it had recently occurred. So I think I was referencing it in 2009, something like that, obviously afterwards.
Right, so the guns are in Chilean's Navy. They got the guns.
I don't know. Maybe the Chilean Navy only use strong language. I mean, I can't be sure, Neil.
Strong language is not going to hold on. Strong language is not going to get you pulled over. They're pointing something and telling you turn that boat around, and it's not strong language.
They'll whack you with this baton.
Never mind where's the guns. Where's the elevation angles, Nathan?
Oh, don't deflect with measurements. How dare you?
How dare you deflect to the measurements I measured?
I do feel, though, because even in the little odd chats I'm having with people on Keyboard Warrior, whatever, Globers, now we just, every other word, I've just said it, every other word, I'll just take them back down to, if they mention horizontal, like we're doing. There's nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. It's like we are the guns. We are the guns. Killing globe Earth. Every other word they say is something to do with flat Earth measurements. Whether it's the tool they say they're using, a height above, vertical, surface level, elevation angle, an imaginary horizontal line. And everything they're saying is like, do you realise what you're talking about, guys? You're telling us Earth's measured flat. You're actually telling us.
And it's not their fault. That's literally what it is. So like, it's not even their fault when they come here to use that stuff against us. Like, yeah, we're in agreement. The only thing that we disagree is that the little belief you attach afterwards. That's it.
Yep.
Yeah, you get those
Exactly.
little okays. So you understand that a compass is flat. Okay. Yeah, well, that's the end of this discussion.
The last remark was that's not true.
Yeah, after he'd agreed several times with a tacit acceptance. Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, flat, yeah, okay. But moving on from how flat it is, no.
But like you say, I like the way you dealt with Edibear, because he was trying to get you to, I don't know, he was trying to get you to Pi or whatever, or the 69 miles. He was trying to get you onto something, but we're talking about circles of equal elevation. It's a circle. It's 2D. It's an elevation angle measurement. Nothing to do with curve measurements. So that's where we're staying, Edibear. If they don't like it, you got to keep them there.
Right, but it's tempting to go into it's not our circumference. We didn't come up with that radius. It is very tempting to straighten them out with that. But stick to the measurements. Stick to what it means. Circle of equal elevation. Welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah, maybe a few years ago, Neil, we would have done. We jumped on about, we would have drifted past that circle of equal elevation being 2D circle, and having a radius line, which is straight and horizontal. And so they'd pull us out because we was like itching to lord over them, as Nathan says. And
what are they doing? They're trying to get us back into a debate, and it's not a debate. We could debate about where the circumference came from, right? But there is no debate about how Earth is measured.
Yeah, but
so when you pull them back into this 69 equals pi twice.
Most telling part of that little back and forth was, my journey is like nobody cares. Literally nobody cares what your journey is. But that's what this has been about this whole time, hasn't it? People with their own self-important nature thinking that how Earth is dealt with and measured is somehow consequential to them as an individual. And it isn't. Like I say, back in the day when I was doing sun tracking, it felt like I was the most important thing in the whole wide world, that what I was doing was critical. Utmost important. No, it weren't. It was a complete folly. It made no difference to anything, did it?
Yeah, see, but you have the ability to recognize that. These people, they have no self-worth. So he can't recognize that. He doesn't mean anything. We don't care what your journey was. We're telling you now that Earth is measured flat, and you're just not adhering to the measurements.
In his mind, his journey, and us hearing about it's really important.
Yeah, my journey, Nathan.
Well, that's because that's gassed him up.
I actually said, was it a horizontal linear journey that you had? I don't think you heard me.
I heard that.
And even if you don't want to adhere to the measurements, if you just want to believe that you live on a ball spinning around in a vacuum and with water sticking to it and people live an antipolar from you, that's fine. Go and do that. We don't care anymore.
Yep.
You never really cared in the first place. You know what I'm saying? Like, go do that. It's okay.
Yeah, but they'll tell you they're trying to help humanity. You know?
Why?
There it is again.
Humanity believes the same crap you believe anyway.
In their mind, them being involved in the discussion is helping humanity. You know, you can put it back onto the flat Earth side if you like. You know, we're waking all these people up. Oh, right, so all these people are going to be directly affected by you and what you've done. Wow, you're really important, aren't you? No.
Yeah,
when I get over
taking upon themselves, people like Neil smoking grass and what's his name? Damn, I can't. I'm sorry.
Brian
Cox.
Him. People like that. Like they're not doing. Apparently, they're not doing a good enough job. So these Discord clowns got to, step up and get the mission and put it on their back and roll with it. I mean, are you serious? Go do something productive.
Well, they consider us stupid flat earthers. And if the world is going to start believing that the earth is flat, these people must be stopped.
Yep. Yeah. And we have to
Are they
save
stopping?
them.
Are they stopping? I'm so sorry.
No, go
Are they
on,
stopping Fireman Dan when he's out there saying what was it that he said?
We don't only measure Earth's flat.
Did they stop him from that? Like, how do they feel about him saying things like that? I'm not.
Do they stop the cartographers from mapping the Earth? Right?
Yeah, we need
to all these people.
We need to stop the compass makers from making a compass work from a horizontal plane. That can't continue. These theodolites, we need to stop that immediately, measuring angles from surface level and leveling the tool. Sextants, ban them.
Yeah, I'm going to start leaning into that. Why are you not stopping these people?
Levels. It reminds me of when Rumpus years ago said we need to stop these physicists from saying that gravity is not a force. It's kind of along the lines of that, right? All of a sudden, the physicists and the people teaching and all that, they're saying it's not a force. So that's a problem for them, the people who want to come in and argue that it is a force.
There's a type,
the same crap.
This is a type of male, right? I'll just define it, right? A secret king, gamma male, refers to a person with a socio-sexual hierarchy who purposes an inflated sense of self-importance, often believing they are the true alpha or sigma, despite having a lower, more average social status. They use this delusion of grandeur to cope with their lack of recognition.
You couldn't say that again, could you, Nate? And I'm not taking the piss. Could you say it again? Because
a secret king, gamma male, refers to a person within the socio-sexual hierarchy who possesses an inflated sense of self-importance, often believing they are the true alpha or sigma, despite having a lower, more average social status. They use this delusion of grandeur to cope with their lack of recognition. Delusions of superiority. Gamma males with the secret king complex often believe they are smarter, more deserving of leadership than the current acknowledged leaders. You said Tyson's doing a bad job? Yeah, secret
Elder
king
Bear,
complex. The leader of my religion isn't doing a good job. Me, with my lacking social status, hiding behind this Discord persona, I deserve to be telling the world, my journey is blah, blah, blah. No one gives a shit, you pathetic piss flap.
That's exactly what he's doing. Wow. Because I've heard about this months ago. Have you heard my argument, Neil? And while this whole thing was going on, he kept sending messages to me because they pop up on the phone. I see his icon. It's like no matter how many times I tell him, Edit, I don't care. I'm not even looking at it. It doesn't mean a thing to me. He's got to be important.
Got a crush on you? Maybe he's got a crush on you or something.
But they do also, I think they zone in on, because we're saying there's no argument and no debate, they're using them words a little bit more, thinking that it's going to have some sort of triggering effect on us, maybe. That have you heard my argument? Why don't you come and debate me? And have you heard my argument lately?
Exactly.
They know we're going to say, yeah. So that's where they've got no measurements. They just want to just keep talking about this argument that's not an argument because we're saying it's not an argument, but they want to say there is an argument. So they're trying to keep the argument going, to keep the ego going, to keep for us to feed their hope of the globe alive.
That's exactly how it's flipped. Because remember, they were the ones who had measurements before. When this started, they're the ones who had all types of measurement of curvature. Right? And that was established, and that was good, and we just have to eat that and accept it. Now look.
Yeah, and that was the big trick. We were all looking for curvature, and we were missing a flat Earth right in front of us.
Yeah. Yeah, but Nathan said it before. The measurements they had from the Greeks was flat Earth measurements. That's what we was being given for the globe proof.
Well, that's the culmination of the journey, right? Like that's what we all now know, not just us, them. That's the beautiful part of it. Now they know that.
Exactly.
So now they got to do the fancy little. Let me try to use this word here and that word there, and try to make it sound like everything's really a globe at the end of the day, while also saying it's not measured that way. Thanks, guys.
Yeah. You might not have been here, Chocolate, but I was telling Nathan and the guys, like I did back and forth with Triangles McKeegan, and I was just saying, well, tell me about Eratosthenes. How did he measure Earth? I want you to tell me how he measured it. Oh, I'm not going there one deck. I know exactly what you want me to do. You want me to explain how he measured Earth, so you can run back to Oakley and say you've welcomed me to flat Earth. I said, well, yeah, that's what I will do, mate. When you tell me how Eratosthenes measured Earth,
pretty telling.
Yeah.
So he didn't just do the opposite. He didn't just do the opposite of that and like actually just prove you wrong. What he said was, "Oh, you're going to take what I say and then welcome me to flat Earth." Okay, welcome to flat Earth. Back to the backwards to the left.
But a lot of these ones in with us in close proximity, like we've been doing today, won't talk about Eratosthenes. Well, we had the guy with a stick in his stick in the ground. That made me laugh, with his horizontal shadow. But Nathan, we was having a chat yesterday about, we're going to come away from this arguing with idiots, and we're going to join geography groups, the intelligent people on the other side of the bridge who don't argue, who haven't got a problem with the shape of the Earth, and they're highly intelligent. They're into mapping and everything else, and we're gonna go over there and talk about how Earth's measured and geography, and everything will be peaceful and calm. But Nathan
got kicked out in 2 seconds.
Which is strange, isn't it? Because you think that if they're not involved, I mean, maybe they will. This is how normal people react, though, isn't it? I've had it with friends. I've told you stories over the years about people I've just, people who are still, knock about with and who are, supposedly intelligent and got good jobs and they earn good money. And, it came to a point with one of my friends. I've told you the story before when we were talking about this and that, and it got to the point where I said, John, me and you are now at a point, we're speaking about celestial navigation and sea level and other things. I said, we've come to a point now, John, where you're going to disagree with me what level means. Do you want to continue? And he didn't, because that's what, and he's just a normal person. He's not into this conversation of the shape of the Earth. He's not interested, but he knows I am, and we have the little bit of a conversation now and again. But I brought him down to, he would have had to say to me, well, sea level, that's where they wrote the poem Sea Level. I mean sea level, because he was saying, well, it's different levels and tides, and he's thinking that means it's curved. It's mean sea level. It's not just level. So in his head, he's thinking that's curved because it's got different levels of horizontal levelness at different times. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. I was saying it this morning. Is like at the holidays, you cannot speak about in an Italian family. You cannot talk about politics or religion because it winds up in a row. I think you got to add flat Earth to it, or the nature of our reality, because it does something. Those two words. It's an immediate triggering. And I think it's because the way we went to school, I know I was in kindergarten or first grade when they showed me that picture of people thinking the Earth is flat and the ship going over the edge, and the whole class laughed. So you don't want to feel stupid, right? So now you're an adult. As soon as you hear flat Earth, you immediately, well, I'm not stupid, so you're going to resist it. It's very triggering.
Yeah, but listen, I'm just going to say what Nathan said in the pre-show was fantastic. How he delved into that, how he delivered that was, if you're listening, Nathan, was fantastic, saying about we're not flat earthers. It's a geography category. We've been labelled as flat earthers, where we're not actually flat earthers. We're just talking about geography and how Earth is measured.
Yep.
And that's how we've got to keep it.
Yeah, but that's not gonna trigger people until, like, we went into geography yesterday. Everything was fine until you start pointing out what that geography means. And they're immediately going to get triggered and kick you out.
Yeah, it's telling that they don't want to know how separately it was previously considered. You know, globe Earth belief from the science class, flat Earth belief from the idiots, and measuring Earth flat in geography. All three things were very much kept separate. We come along and go, nah, what you've been calling flat Earth is just geography. What's that? You've got a belief? No, we're talking about the same thing you talk about. If you're talking about geography and how you measure Earth and map Earth and navigate Earth and what Earth is and how it's dealt with, that's flat. Now, you know that because you're the ones talking about it. But up until now, you've been able to talk about it with complete immunity from the fact that means Earth's flat. Because you can simultaneously, in a cognitively dissonant state, hold the belief that it's a ball whilst describing and talking about how flat it's measured all day long, without any worries. We come along and suddenly there's a cat amongst the pigeons, isn't there?
Yeah, exactly. But it is amazing. It is amazing how these. We've all been through it for years. I'm not saying anything that we don't know or we've not experienced. The trigger that's been implanted in. I was going to say us, but I've never been like that. These people who are just like my friend has just explained, he gets triggered. Mention flat Earth, they immediately don't like it. Where
I did,
yeah. Well, yeah, you're a bit of a glober, aren't you?
I got triggered with my brother. I don't know why, but it triggered me to the point where I was freaking berating him for weeks until I could not find anything.
So Neil, yeah, back to that feeling. And so, what was hurting you so much? What was it?
Show us on the dog.
I have no idea.
The face of nonsense.
No, because I wasn't involved in a feast of nonsense. I didn't even get into YouTube and Discord until my brother told me about flat Earth. But I'm telling you, I think it was because when I went to school, I don't want to feel stupid. So once you say flat Earth, it brings you to the unconsciously, you're thinking of all those people in the, ancient time, the idiots that thought it was flat and they would fall off the edge until Christopher Columbus, went around the globe.
But Neil, your brother said flat Earth. You got triggered because you wanted it to be a globe. Some emotion must have risen within you about that. Why did you want the globe so much, Neil?
I just told you because I didn't want to feel stupid. I think that's what it is because you learned it in school that only idiots thought the Earth was flat. So you don't want to be an idiot.
But you wasn't being an idiot because you at that point was believing that you lived on a globe. So you're not an idiot at that point. So why was you getting emotional about it? Because he's
going to be the idiot.
So you was getting emotional for your brother, not yourself.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying, One Deck. I see what you're saying. I was fighting for it because maybe in reality we all know it's flat anyway.
I'm trying to. I've never had this emotion. I just. Sorry, mate. Go on.
Christopher Columbus knew it was flat because when he sent the message back to the Spanish, how to reach the Americas, they had to use latitude in order to find the Americas. So he knew it was flat.
Yeah, but that's not the way we're taught it in school, though.
Yeah, plus he was using a sextant, George, as well.
Well, here's the thing. I see what you're saying, One Deck, because if anything, why am I getting offended, right? Because my brother's telling me that it's flat.
You should have just laughed at him and said, you believe what you want, pal. I know it's a globe. I'm not going to get emotional about this. Why did you get emotional about it?
I'm trying to help him, so that's what it is. That's what it goes down to. So I guess they are. They're trying to help us. Because when I thought it was a freaking globe, I didn't want my brother to be mocked.
So are they getting triggered? You think because of what we're stating as I'll just use the word belief. I know it's not belief. That they think we believe the Earth's flat. That's why they're getting triggered. Or are they getting triggered because we're challenging their belief? And don't you challenge my religious belief?
Yeah, that's got to be it.
Sort of thing. I don't know which one it is now. Because I've never had that. I've never been through that. I just sort of, well, I'll use I didn't know at the time when it came into my mind. I believed 100% without any doubt believed that the Earth was flat, even though I didn't have any evidence at that point. It was a true belief that I had. And then on my journey, Nathan, and now I know.
No, but here's the thing, one day.
You know what I mean?
Here's the thing. What I was saying to him was, yeah, but what about, I rattled off all the authorities, that are telling us and verifying and validating that we're on a globe. So, like, my whole thing was I was pointing to consensus, the world. What do you mean? Everybody knows. Look at the scientists. What about NASA? What about freaking... Look, we're able to just punch a thing in and get to a place using GPS. I was hitting him with everything because I thought everything that I threw at him proved we live on a globe.
That's how consensus reality works, though. Consensus reality is great until somebody doesn't agree with the consensus.
That's what's crazy. Yeah. I was laughing at. There were things about NASA I was laughing at years before I even heard of flat Earth. Like the moon landing per se, like shit like that. I was laughing at. That's why when flat Earth came, I was like,
No, I believed it hook, line, and sinker. My son showed me that the flag wasn't moving, therefore gravity.
Statements like that now.
I don't know. It's a funny one, isn't it? But people do. Why are they reacting the way they do?
Why did they react to Nathan yesterday on that? What do you call it?
Exactly. That's a new server. They're not. I mean, I don't know who's in there, but are they anti-flat earthers, or are they just in there actually talking about geography? Did you ever? What was the conversation like before?
Well, when I brought up measurement, hold on. When I brought it up, they immediately told me I didn't know what I was talking about. Right?
And what did you say?
I said something about measurement. I said, "What are you talking about? Just talking about how Earth is measured." And it's not measured spherical.
And then you said you had a toss.
They react that way. They react that way because they believe we live on a globe before they could even say any of those words. Right? Before they could even say the alphabet. That's what their belief was. This magical spinning water ball is my home. So, of course, now, 20, 30, 40 years later, it's going to trigger them. Of course it is. That's how the programming works. And
yeah, but I think we're getting somewhere. I think we're getting somewhere because if I genuinely wanted, if I wanted my globe, I mean, just somebody telling me that it's actually measured flat one deck, it wouldn't destroy me. From what they've just said, I mean, it wouldn't have an effect on me in any way whatsoever. That's not how my journey happened, Nathan. But
see, I was trying to help my brother. That's what it was.
Yes.
I'm like, you look like an idiot saying these things.
The other problem is, though, you don't have anything in your actual reality that you could point to and say, yes, this unequivocally proves that my belief is true, right? Because the way the Earth presents itself to you is flat and motionless.
Yes, correct.
Yeah,
So you have
correct.
Nothing in your senses tells you anything otherwise, except the story that they've given you.
So is it a fact? Is it a fact that what Nathan just said about the alpha male?
Hold on. I heard refracted.
Say that again. Say that again, John. Sorry, my fault.
I was just saying, if you're basing it on evidence, it wouldn't be a belief.
Yeah, correct. But the globe is a belief, isn't it?
Yeah, but we don't know that there's no evidence to that until we look into it, right? Because me, I thought, like when my brother told me that, I thought all the evidence pointed to a globe. It wasn't until I looked into it that I came to realize that, wait a second, this is not science? I didn't learn that till I came here. Well, I heard a few people mentioning scientism and it's not science, but I didn't get a full understanding of what the scientific method was till I came here. But when you start looking into it and you start realizing that there's no proof of this globe they say that I'm living on, that's when the wheels start turning.
Just going back to the alpha male thing, Nathan read, I think that's got a lot to do because at the moment you challenge somebody on their belief or what they think's correct, because they're going to respond in a certain way, aren't they?
That's right. That's why I stand with Jin with this. Jin said it's psychological. There's a lot of psychological stuff done when you're going through the schooling system. So I kind of agree with Jin on that. There's a psychological aspect.
I mean, everybody's different. My brother mentioned it to me when I was talking. I've told you this story. When I was looking into the Anunnaki. That's where I was. The Anunnaki came to Earth on planet Nibiru, and they altered our DNA from monkeys in caves and digging gold up from here. And I was just talking about this to my brother. He went, and it was driving me insane a little bit.
See, I would have laughed at that.
No, but I was thinking, right, this has happened. This has happened. Why do I not know about it? And I'm telling people this is the missing link of the human thing, the evolution, the missing link. And aliens have come down. They've used us as this and that. And I was just talking about this, and it started freaking me out a bit, thinking, wow, this is what's happened, and we don't know anything about this. This can... And my brother said, if you think that's bad, mate, there's people who believe the Earth's flat. And I paused for a minute. I went, what? People think the Earth's flat? He went, yeah, there's people who claim to live on a flat Earth. Anyway, we finished our conversation on the phone, but I came off the phone and I thought to myself, I think the Earth's flat. It just clicked in straight away.
How did you put that together? Because you're talking about aliens coming, right? From outer space.
Yeah.
It's conspiracy, Neil. So it's conspiratard.
Do you know it came together, Neil, because of the type of person I am, and that I'd not realised it a bit. Well, I've always realised it. I've always just observed. You can contradict what I'm going to say now because it's got nothing to do with the measurement of Earth. But I've always been interested in watching the sun, the moon, and just move across the Earth below us. Yeah, they're moving, the stars, the constellations. I've always been in awe. I've always observed that. And then when he said it, I thought, you know what, this is stationary and everything's moving above us. It is flat. That was it. It clicked straight away. I didn't start going mad at anybody about, you talk about this Earth not being a globe. I just instantly thought, yeah, this is flat.
See, and now I need to just... You had the other thought. My thought was that's how the conversation came up. I remember now. We're driving in a truck, and I said to him, isn't God amazing? Because right now we're spinning, and I don't feel it. And that's when he said to me, what, you still think we live on a globe? I was like, yeah, why? What do you think we live on? But that's what my mind was thinking, that because we're spinning, and I was giving all the glory to God, because only God could do something like this, be on a spinning water ball and not even feel it.
Well, you'd missed Genesis creation story at that point, then, hadn't you?
Oh totally missed it.
Yep,
Totally.
you missed it.
You all, you all
And I
went down
considered
a
myself a biblical scholar.
You all went down a begging the question rabbit hole and come to a non sequitur conclusion. Just so you know.
That's what happens when you go to Feast of Nonsense. No, I'm just telling you reality what happened. That in my mind, we were spinning because that's what I was taught. And the same people that taught me 2 + 2 is 4 and taught me reading comprehension taught me I lived on a globe. So why should I not believe them?
It's funny though. I seen the guy again. The guy I told you I met, who's he's got an Instagram channel. I bumped into him the other week. I think I told you. I was talking about flat Earth. He went, "Yeah, I know the Earth's flat, but once you know, I was trying to get him on the show, I think, or something like that. Come and talk to us because he talks about the firmament and the dome. He posts things about this. So I said, you've got to be careful. I was saying you've got to be careful what you say. It's an enclosed system, gas pressure, and all that. He said, well, I know the Earth's flat now. I'm not into arguing with people about this and that. That's done. You've got to move on. I said, so what are you into now? And he started getting his phone out and zooming in on, I think it was the Grand Canyon and other places, showing me these stones that are actually dragons that are the size of continents, and you can see the mouth and the tail, and we're living on these dragons. That is the Earth. So that's what he's got. So he got to flat Earth first. Now he's gone into this. Anyway, I bumped into him again the other week. And just, hey, how you doing, mate? You all right? He went off. He was showing me another one of these dragon pictures of, I can't remember the continent, and you can see he's biting a fish. He said, this dragon is the size of the Grand Canyon or New York and all that. And then I said, well, and then we got onto the firmament again. I said, well, he started talking about that. He got into the Anunnaki. I said, well, you've got to get, I said, I was into that. I said, but space is fake. He said, yeah. He said, but the Anunnaki built the firmament to keep us enclosed. Yeah. And they can get in and out of the firmament. Yeah. And they're on the way back. But only they know how to get into the enclosed system. So this is what we're up at.
Anything but God, right?
Yeah. Well, this is the thing, Neil, because he does post about Creator. He did mention what do you call the false gods? Demiurges, is it, or something like that? And the Anunnaki. So, but he's into all. He's found flat Earth. He knows it's flat Earth. He don't want to argue about flat Earth anymore because he knows it's flat. What's the point of having this conversation with Ed Bear and all that? He's saying, I want to discover other things now. And so he's gone in the opposite direction of what you were saying, like all conspiracies lead to flat Earth. He found flat Earth and he's gone into conspiracies now.
Wow. So wait, but where is he thinking these Anunnaki are coming from if space is fake the way we've been taught?
Well, space is outside the firmament, Neil. They created the firmament.
Right.
Because he had an authority. He had an authority. It was taken away. Now he is searching for his new authority.
Right, but according to the scriptures, that outside the firmament is God's throne. So that's what he's searching for?
I don't know, mate. I don't know, but I'm just saying this is where some people... What did you say, John? Sorry, say that again. I didn't absorb that. I always have to listen to John's comments 2 or 3 times to absorb them. I mean that in a good way, John, by the way.
Well, there was an existing authority, right, that told him he lived on a globe. They turned out to be wrong. Instead of stopping to reflect and think about what that means, he's went on to live in the unknown and become his own authority instead of just
new guru. So he needed a new guru.
Can you ask him to make a map so our opponents got something new to straw man us with? I've got a bit bored of the AE one.
I'll put him in touch with Eddie Bear, so they can both have a good chat together.
How's things going in the motherland? Sensual.
Yes, Sensual. How you doing, pal?
Great. We're finally going for the Epstein files in the government, which is quite interesting.
Well, they claim that one of the New York Giants is a football team in America, New York. They claim that he was in the Epstein files. It's Mara and Tish. And the guy Steve Tish is mentioned. So now they're going to look at how they're going to penalize the New York Football Giants for this. Very weird to me, this whole thing.
You'll go down the rabbit hole, mate.
But I mean, what's the evidence of these files? Like, you know what I mean? Do they have pictures? Do they have statements from people?
It doesn't matter anyway, does it? I mean, just concentrate on yourself.
As
long as you're at peace.
What are you asking for evidence of there, Neil? The Epstein files?
Yeah, like what I don't really, my son pays attention to that. I really don't. But I asked him, where's all the information coming from?
Well, it's all like internal emails and whatnot that he's been sending and receiving. There's a lot of interesting stuff. I haven't personally went to the source and looked through them, but I've seen a lot of people talking about them, so you don't know whether it's true or not. But there's a lot of interesting things coming out of it, like clone centers and shit like that in Ukraine.
Here we go. Beast of nonsense. I knew it.
Yep. So, I mean, don't get involved with this crap. Just concentrate on yourself. Look inward. Do some meditation. Kumbaya. Kumbaya.
I have the scriptures for that, but I'm not going to talk about that because I was accused of being a preacher on the show.
Neil the preacher.
To be fair, though, Ukraine do need a clone center.
Well, how are they? Wait a second. I think it's true. How else are they fighting the Russians for so long? They got to be cloning people to make soldiers.
Exactly.
I mean, to be battling the Red Army, well, I don't know if they're the Red Army anymore. For how long now? So we've got been going on for at least a couple of years, right? How long has the Ukraine war been going on?
Like 3 years or something?
They got to be cloning people.
But one thing that has been validated from the Epstein files is regarding Bill Gates. He was emailing Epstein trying to get some antibiotics because he caught a STI from someone that they'd been playing with. And he wanted to slip these antibiotics to his wife, Melinda Gates. But that's been verified through an interview that I've seen from Melinda Gates.
Okay, so he got a sexually transmitted disease. So how is that a conspiracy?
Well, it's not really a conspiracy.
My life's never going to be the same now I know this information. I'm not going to...
This drives one deck crazy. When we start talking about other things, you hear one deck, we're getting away from the measurements. We're getting away from the measurements.
I can't read it. I've been a bit into it, you know. Look, you're talking to Mr. Anunnaki here, mate. You know what I mean? So you can't. It drives you mad. We've all got to get out of this.
I got a better question. Where's Jin been? I haven't seen him in any of the other servers. I've been looking for him. I've sent him a few messages. Jin's gone.
His contract's up.
Where's he gone?
I don't know.
I thought I had a few days off through the week, then I had a few things going on, but I've not seen. Yeah, I didn't know if there'd been a fallout or something like that.
Maybe he's in a food coma from the Feast of Nonsense.
Yeah, but he's come back in after that. He's came back in after everything. He's came back in after he told me I'm not even with this shit on the soles of his shoes.
I know, but he did, as much as I like Jin and how Nathan sort of uses him like that a bit, I do like him. And I like everybody in here, but what I'm saying is he does bloody annoy me sometimes when he's like, I'm thinking, is this the fucking... I'll text Neil sometimes on the show, is this the fucking Jin show or something? I doubt. It's like fucking shut up. It's Nathan's trying to run a show and you think it's about you.
Have you listened to the shows? Listen to the shows when Nathan puts them up the Uncut and After show. No matter what's said, you'll hear Jin come in and say, well, I don't do that. What I do is softly, gently, you know, to the not the people in the Discord, but the new people coming in.
I don't do that.
I don't do that. No matter what anybody says. Wait, if it's good, he says, yeah, that's the way I do it. If it's bad, I don't do it that way.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. America is a cesspool and UK is right behind them.
So Nathan's just talking to the audience about, you know, sea level and, you know, rather than talking about how far you should see or boat. And then all of a sudden, well, I don't do that. Well, nobody said you did, Jin. We wasn't talking to you. Nathan was just running a show. He wasn't targeting you, Jin.
No, the best is like say Nathan's on Riggs, and Riggs comes in after the show and says, "Hey Nathan, how did it go? Everything go all right?" Before Nathan can get a word out, yeah, Jin, thank you very much. Riggs, yes, thank you for having us.
Thanks for having me, Jim. Thanks for having me, Riggs. I'm going to carry on doing what I'm doing.
Nathan couldn't even get his word out, and Jim was right in there.
I'm going to carry on doing it. I mean, I tell him it's flat, it's the horizontal constant. But if I want to talk about where the curve is, then that's what I'll do.
I will do it. I enjoy it. I enjoy the feast of nonsense, and nobody is going to stop me.
Did you science it?
The science of 9/11. I borrowed a little bit of science.
Scientific method. Observe something.
I kind of miss him that he's not here, though. He drives me nuts. But when he's not here, it's kind of like a little boring. Where's the gin spice?
Good. He's all right. Just needs to rein it in a little bit.
Yeah, he's hard to read because he totally understands the whole concept of why, you know, who he represents and what he represents on the show and what Nathan's trying to get across to a larger audience, right? Totally gets it. But then he flips back the other way. And it's like, do you get it? You don't get it? He confuses me.
No, but what it is, when he's telling us, like, you know, they need some time, and I don't think he's had many legitimate people going on to the politics. He's making out he's talking to like people coming in and he's helping them, and he's had to go through all this, you know, about the ships disappearing and seeing too far and everything else, and talking about the nonsense. But I don't think he is talking to them. I think he's just talking to trolls.
Yeah, of course.
And he's going through all that with the troll, thinking he's helping the troll.
How many people come in all the time and say, "I'm new here and I want to learn"?
I just want to learn.
Yeah, I get that all the time through the chats.
Yeah, that's the red flag right there. And if he's not picking up on that, oh well. Well, but
look at the guy today. Sorry, Neil. Look at the guy today. I can't remember which one it was. Was it the stick? Might have been the stick guy. It was the guy there, and I for a split second thought he was legitimate. Just for a split second, his English wasn't very good, and Nathan was on him straight away. I can't remember. What was he coming out with him? Do you remember the one, Neil? He was
talking about the guy in the beginning that said, "Is this Nathan?" The flat Earth.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So he was a troll, I mean, he came in with that, and you could hear his voice changing a little bit. You know, they all put this bloody accent on, don't they, for some reason? It's usually an Indian accent or some sort of foreign accent, because that makes it sound more realistic. You know.
That guy, he came in with some smugness, hoping for a gotcha with a stick, without thinking that we knew about Eratosthenes and that it proves nothing other than a bloody plane surface.
Right. He measured Earth flat. But with Jin, here's the thing with Jin. He lacks humility because he came after me one day about Americans. By the time an American child hits 18, they'll have had 72 vaccines. And that's not even true. That's what I was trying to get across to him. That's not true. Suggested and what actually is given is a totally different number. They suggest all of these, but you do not. And he was saying they're mandatory. These 72. I came in and said, no, I had kids that went to school, 2 daughters. They didn't have 72 vaccines. D. Rose came in and validated that that's not true. And he just would not have any humility and say, well, then I was wrong about it. He still points people, well, look at what Kennedy is saying. Kennedy says that there's 72 vaccines mandatory, and that's it. America's a cesspool.
Yeah, and then when in Japan, when they turned 18, they only had 40 vaccines. Oh, that's so much better, June.
But what about, I want to get to bash America so I can bring up the genocide that his precious Japanese people were involved in. He won't get into that.
He's supporting the genocide in South Africa. He's a hardcore racist. I hate to say that, but it's kind of true.
Well, I kind of knew it was true when he came here and he asked, do I come off as a racist? When somebody asks that question, you better believe that they are. Like somebody that's not a racist, they don't even ask that question. You know whether somebody's a racist or not. They don't got to go get affirmation. So, yeah, he is.
Like, up until literally like 2 months ago, I've known Jen for 4 years. Not know him, like, I've never met him, obviously. But I've had interactions with him for going on 4 straight years. I never really had an issue with him. I always found him to be semi-entertaining. He'll tell interesting stories about climbing Mount Fuji, whatever. You know, he's interesting to listen to. But the bottom line, dude's a complete bullshit artist. He claims to be Muslim, and then the other side of his mouth talks about how he worships the trees on his nature walks. It's like if you go to an Islamic country, say that you're Muslim, and then start worshiping a tree, they'll set you on fire and throw you off the roof of a building.
Not only that, he's an engineer. He's a teacher. He's a plumber. He's everything. The people in chat, they're like, here we go, Jin again. What else is he? Is he an architect now too?
I think what went to his head once, I remember it might have been a year ago, I was in there and, what's he called, Miggy. Jin had been in there, but Miggy was giving Jin a lot of compliments, saying, you're doing really well. Yeah, you're doing really well in here, Jin. You should need to put some videos together and carry on as you are because, and I think they got him doing a bit of modding. And I think that sort of went to his head a little bit. But they do talk about the piece of nonsense a lot, don't they? So, and then Miggy's telling him this and that. So that's where he is now.
Well, I hope he comes back.
Has he figured out what a theory is yet?
Hey?
Has Jin figured out what a theory is yet? Because I've had that conversation with him.
No, he's going to stand firm on what his position is, and his position is what it always was.
Yeah, his position and version of the scientific method won't change from the real scientific method.
I'll never change, ladies and gentlemen. I'll never change.
I'll stand firm. Handle it. Deal with it. Shut up.
I'm incapable of learning, you see. I'll never change what I think science is.
He won't let me finish, Neil.
That's all he does.
You won't let me get to what a hypothesis is? No, because you made an ass out of yourself the day before. What did you say a hypothesis was? A guess?
It was, I can't remember the word. It was an
explanation.
Explanation, that was it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he says theories are ideas. If you have an idea like, oh, pancakes are good with chocolate, that's a scientific theory.
Yeah, you could theorize that.
That's a colloquial theory. That's not a scientific theory.
Well, he has to have it science because his 9/11, he's invested many years in 9/11 truth. And it has to be science to get that stamp of validity on it. So no matter what you say, he's not going to budge.
Dude, and that comes from his anti-American background. He hates America.
no doubt.
So he loves talking about 9/11 because he knows that it's like a stain on America's history. So it's very important to him.
Is it? Still got to prove it to me. And that's my point to him. Jin, you can't prove it one way or the other. Somebody knows, we don't. To say that you absolutely know is ridiculous. Because everything he came with, all the evidence he came, I found contrary evidence. And he won't even look at it. I've looked at everything he sent, and he claims I didn't, which is pretty stupid.
Even if you find out some information of what actually happened, it's not going to change anything, is it?
No, it's his evidence against my evidence. Okay, so now what? Now we're stuck in the same place. Nobody's going to know. But don't you freaking tell me that fire did not burn longer than 30 minutes in one spot when I stood in one spot for over an hour and watched the fire burn in one place.
Have you got any scientific evidence for that, Neil?
In my eyes.
Yeah, you must have observed natural phenomenon. You're done. It's not science.
Refracted. I text you earlier that we were on worldwide debates. What took you so long? All right, now that we got out of the way, I'm sorry to hear that.
I think he's got a new job, John, hasn't he? He said he might have been his job.
Well, he's working. I know he's working more local now, so that was a good thing for him. Travel. I said I sent you a text earlier that we were in worldwide debates. What took you so long?
It's my day off, man.
Oh, okay. Yeah, your day off means you're supposed to be here.
No days off. 24-hour party people.
Chocolate.
Face
Listen,
can't smile the whites out.
Chocolate's lucky I don't start docking him. Man, he's been absentee for a long time. I'm mocking him.
I heard that, Neil.
I got you down. Don't worry about it. I got you marked down.
It was a good show again today, though. I thought it's like you say at the beginning. I'm just going to repeat myself, but yeah, they've got nothing to bring to the table, have they? It's just either ad hom attacks or talking absolute nonsense, presenting us with flat Earth elevation angle measurements or sticks, vertical sticks and horizontal shadows, or using a theodolite to measure angles and pretending that they're measuring curvature.
The most telling thing was Etta Bear not wanting to go to surface level. That's very telling.
Yeah, but John did tell him. Yeah, yep. John did tell him it's not an elevation angle until you've got the horizontal baseline. Yeah, that's right, mate. That's got nothing to do with curvature, Etta Bear. It's all horizontal.
Nathan's quick on the trigger, boy. As soon as he said that, I was starting to. Yeah, what about John bringing you to surface level? I was like, well, you remember that, huh?
Yeah, 5 times. I remember that many times as well.
And then you get these morons that come in with lips. It's like, you retard. Nathan said nothing about angle saying anything.
Yep. Or gravity. Mass attracting mass.
But Etta Bear was saying what, like, circle of elevation said. It doesn't say that. So Nathan using it, well, it has no lips, makes sense. This moron coming in. And I said, wait, when he said that, I was like, did Nathan say that? That they have lips? That they were talking? It's like when freaking Dopey over there tries to do the countdown. And Nathan has to correct him on what his count is.
Just going off though, I think the tactics now, especially these anti-flat earthers, right, is to come in and come in intentionally and present us with flat earth evidence, thinking that they've got a gotcha. I'm sure they must be doing it on purpose. Oh, we've just used the theodolite. Have you not seen the show we did? We've used the theodolite to measure earth curvature.
In degrees. Degrees over distance.
We've just measured an elevation angle using a vertical stick and a horizontal shadow. What's your fucking problem? What we're saying to them is that all your evidence is actually flat earth elevation angle measurements. Instead of fighting back with that, they're sponging it up and using it because they think it might wind us up or something. I don't know.
No, but if you think if you think about it, it was always from the beginning. We just went right past it for some reason in the early days. Now we're planting our flag right there, so they can't get around it.
No, but I know what you mean. But I think in the early days, they're giving it us because it was glow proof. I think now they realise it's not, but they're still giving it us with that, in their mind that we're going to give you elevation angles. We just need an imaginary horizontal for measuring things. As long as it's horizontal, it's an imaginary line. It's curved, and it's just like nonsense. It's just nonsense.
Why would you try to prove a dog by bringing a mouse?
I don't know, mate, but I think that's what they do in a lot of them. But let's go and talk about elevation angles and levelness and theodolites. We're measuring curvature with theodolites, and we've got our theodolite app now, which uses WGS84. After the elevation angle's been measured and converted into a sphere, we're going to use that. A phonolite. We've got phonolites on tripods. Okay, it's madness.
Hey, what was it on? I'm sorry. What was he quoting me on?
He was quoting you on. Go ahead, one there.
Just what he did the other week, John. You remember what John said. The elevation, the sextant doesn't measure the elevation angle until you've done the dip correction. You need the horizontal line. And then Nathan said, we went over it 5 times with you. John explained to you if you're in a dinghy and your eye level's at sea level, you don't need to carry out dip correction. He just brought it up again. What
he said,
with him.
He said, we're not talking about that.
Yep. And then he said, nobody's measuring from a life raft.
Nobody's in a dinghy doing that.
They need to make it about people. You talk about a measurement and what a measurement is, they'll make it about whether or not you as an individual are the one in the dinghy actually measuring it or not. And if you're not, then it's disregarded. It's like, yeah, you're not going to make these measurements about groups, about people, about semantics. They're just measurements and methods. They are what they are. You need them to be about what I say they are, or how I define them, or how I haven't measured them. That's what they need them to be. Because then they can argue, can't they?
Yes.
Yeah, true, mate. That's exactly what I was going to say. I actually did a video about that, what you just said 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, but even still with that, you mean to tell me in the history of the world, nobody was on a life raft and nobody has ever done celestial navigation from a life raft?
Yeah, but that's where it came from. That's where the real rubber ducky dinghy came from.
Yeah, it's come from the book, right?
Yeah, it's come from. If you're in a life raft, obviously there's going to be no dip. You just, if you do, it's horizontal from that point with no.
What they do, here's what they're guilty of. And somebody said this a long time ago. It used to be here. They read half the book. In his case, he just reads the first couple of pages, and he thinks he's got it. To just deny a measurement from eye level on the ocean, that's just ridiculous. But he read half the book.
Look, 3 years old, that conversation about, you're not being an elevation angle is from a horizontal baseline. Obviously, when you take the angle up in the ship at the first instance, the angle, it's an angle. Then you do calculations to bring it down to sea level, and it's now an elevation angle with a horizontal baseline between the observer's eye at sea level and the GP of the sun.
Here's the deal. There's only one, I've only heard one housekeeping question that made sense to me. Nathan, can you rattle off that housekeeping question again?
What, is there any evidence that Earth is measured anything other than flat?
Beautiful.
100. Earth measured flat.
Nobody could disagree with that. Nobody can dispute that. Nobody can show you anything other than that without taking that first.
That's the only question you need.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the only one that's relevant. All the other
Someone
ones.
did, Neil.
Yeah, that's true. He did. And he got 1,000 people to do it with him.
Yeah, but he only did locally flat, mate. There's a difference. Locally flat's sort of curved. In a way.
I love that locally flat crap.
It wasn't for that darn word flat.
Yeah,
people wouldn't even think about it.
You're right. That's the word that gets people twisted. You say flat Earth, whoa, you're going to get a reaction.
I think that's when the knife. I think that's when the knife really first started twisting in their guts. When they had to start using locally flat, because it was like, oh, we have to describe it as flat somehow. So we'll put the word locally in front of it to make it seem like it's not that bad. It's not that serious, right?
Just a little bit flat.
Just a little bit, just from over here to over there, yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, but that's still a problem for them, though, because if you look up a sphere, it says there are no flat surfaces on a sphere.
Yeah, that's their problem. That's all right. That's not our problem.
But it's so big. It's so big. You just, you're only you can't even see the 0.0000016 degree.
No matter how big it is, if it's a sphere, there are no flat surfaces on it. But we are measuring Earth flat, and that's a problem to them.
I bet they're all sat around the globe. I bet they're all sat around the globe table, all Toon and McKeegan and
Simon, Dan, or all of them sat there thinking, right, guys, we just need to come up with a tool that we can use that measures Earth curvature. We've got to stop using the theodolite. We've got to stop using the sextant. This isn't working out for us. We can only take this so far. What can we use that measures curvature? There's nothing.
The best they can do is erase the horizontal baseline by declaring that you can get elevation angles from the vertical.
No, it's an impossibility. That's what they did.
Well,
I'm just saying what they did.
Yeah. They can change definitions and they can say horizontal's curve, but the instrument that you're going to be using doesn't use curves to measure elevation angles, so it won't work. And it does work.
On the vertical. See, Nathan, you said something the other day when somebody brought up vertical. I forgot how you phrased it, but it makes a lot of sense. The vertical is nothing. To have a vertical, it means nothing. But you need a horizontal because that's the baseline of everything.
Well, you can't have the vertical without the horizontal.
That's the zero. The horizontal is the zero. Yeah, but vertical in itself is a nothing.
So, I mean, just using the word vertical, you're already establishing that there's a horizontal to assume the vertical from the first place.
Well, that guy who stuck his stick into the mud, it was he had to, the stick was vertical to the horizontal.
The reason they keep going on about verticals is they like to claim that the vertical is parallel to the force of gravity.
The downward vector, right? Of gravity. You think you're playing a reference for?
What?
Yeah, that vertical downward vector to a horizontal plane.
Exactly, that one, that gravity, not the bending of space-time one. Yeah, a guy came in today with scientific proof of gravity.
No way.
Yeah, Nathan farted in his face, and that was over.
Did he present the scientific evidence, or did he just say there's scientific evidence?
Oh, he thought he had science for it. Yeah. Nathan didn't even let him get to it. He was trying to explain to him a cloud and what the behavior of a fart is. That it doesn't pool on the ground. It spreads everywhere.
Well, he started off saying he had proof of the, that Earth was a globe or a sphere, which would come down to measurements, In reality, if you could claim in a shape of something, be able to measure it, there'll be a measurement. Then he went on to talk about 11-year out-of-date gravity.
Yeah, wait a second. You're right, one deck. He started saying about a globe, and then he went to gravity.
Yeah. He jumps off the measurement into gravity being a mass attracting mass. And then Nathan went on with, farts you don't see puddles of farts on the ground and clouds. Gas is mass, doesn't fall down, boom, boom.
Never mind the clouds.
Never mind the thing that literally disproves what I'm trying to prove, but yeah, never mind that.
Now, if he was a good baller, he would have said, I'm not talking about gases. Let's talk about physical objects that we can hold, right? Like stuff that has density. Does that go up, Mr. Oakley? Or does my phone go to the ground, Mr. Oakley? Or you got gases?
All that bollocks. He's just talking about how things are behaving, in air and things going up and down. It's nothing to do with the measurements of Earth. That's why he went there.
Listen, buddy, if there wasn't gravity, you would be floating right now. There's going to be 7 seconds of floatiness going on. Did you hear about that, Chocolate? Scientists are predicting now that there's going to be 7 seconds of floaty. Everybody's going to float for 7 seconds. Yeah.
Oh my God! Yes.
I heard about that. They said
In the future.
2027, right? Yeah.
7 seconds.
Is that after they finished the fuel tank leak on Artemis and they've been to the moon, or is it before that?
Yeah.
All I got to say.
The moon base. Once they hit the moon base, they will have 7 seconds of floaty time.
All I got to say is if I'm walking down the block and I just start floating, then we got a problem here, Houston.
You know what's funny? Yesterday I was in. It wasn't the server we were in earlier. It was, I can't remember, QOP or whatever. I was just reading through the comments, and it's something I've never actually heard before until yesterday. They claim that if there's a storm overhead, like a big thunderstorm, things get lighter because of all the gravitational mass inside the cloud with all the rain will pull stuff up. Has nothing to do with the pressure being lower, but all the water and the mass inside the storm has a gravitational effect on the surface, on things on the surface. And that was just...
Well, that's what they try to claim why water's flat, because of gravity. That's what this one guy was getting at. Well, why is the water flat? I'll agree that it's flat, but why is it flat? They want to say gravity causes the water to be flat.
The physical nature of the way water behaves? I mean, I don't know.
If there was no gravity keeping the waters on the globe, the waters would just floaty. Like you'll see, you guys will see when we start floating, everybody in the world will start floating for 7 seconds.
I'll have to check what's in the pipe first.
You sure this is weed?
Crack pipe.
You said this was Pennsylvania. Why am I floating?
Wait, maybe during that 7 seconds we'll finally find out where magical floaty land is. So I'm dying to know where that is. So. But then I guess that will make everywhere a magical floaty land, right? I guess that doesn't really work.
Why would you even want to live on a globe?
That's a good question. Why would anybody want to live on a globe?
You know what I mean? Why is it so? Why is it so? Why do they think it's great to live on a fucking globe, like flying through space? And they love this idea of this. Why? Why?
To be fair, Luke Skywalker did look like he was having a good time when he was piloting.
But that's what it's for. It's for the imagination. But in the future, we're going to go to all of these places. We're going to colonize them. And yeah, because we're destroying the earth, global warming. Look at the chemtrails.
That's literally what it is. It's simply for the imagination, because in the reality of it, how do they describe it? As the harshest environment known to man, that you can't really live there. So it's simultaneously it exists and it's all cool and everybody can travel there, but it's also the hardest thing in the world for humans to do. So you have to go and do things like imagine Luke and say like I don't know who said it, but Luke was having fun while he was flying through space. So it lives in your imagination. It's wonderful.
Yeah, that was fun. That was fun when the abominable snowman was coming at him and his father cut off his hand and he kissed his own sister. I guess he was having fun.
Crazy, isn't it? I know we're talking a bit of globe here, but shouldn't be really. But yeah, I mean, nothing's. If they, I'm not going to get into globe. I'm not changed. I'm not turning into anybody. But if they, what is in their minds? What's so fascinating about going up in a fucking shell, like in a suit, and just flying around? Like, you can't get out. You can't move. What's so fucking good about that? It'd be uncomfortable. You won't be
A
able
caravan without the fresh air.
Yeah, but like this sounds fantastic. No, it doesn't. It sounds very uncomfortable. Yeah, can't watch me telly. Can't go on me decks. Can't play a game on me.
Can't go on flat earth debate.
What's so good about it?
You're right. They've all been sold a caravan holiday, haven't they? Like, it's great.
Yeah, Butlins caravan that's falling to bits. Oh, great! This can't get out the door. Once you've gone in, the doors a lot. You can't get out. You've got to keep opening the rooftop to get some air in, and then shut it quickly. It's like what's the big? People imagine this thing in their mind about space, and traveling to space. But when they watch the apparent space station Muppets, what are they doing? Just dribbling water around and flying through the fucking thing, playing games, looking through a window at something. What are they doing?
I'm not having this, right? Tim Peake is cool. I'm not having anybody say he's a total dweeb. That's not fair. He isn't, right? He's cool.
I like the lady with the hair. She's cooler.
She's very cool. No one's calling her a dweeb.
Hey Neil, that movie Greenland 2, total atheist movie. There's so much that they did a word game. They did a word play. Now maybe it's just my little inner self that heard it, but there's a certain part where what they're saying is that this big creator, see what I just said? Sound like I said creator, but I'm saying crater. This big crater that destroys the earth and everything else outside of it is going to, pretty much die off in a matter of weeks, years, months, whatever. This thing is what they claim is how all life, what do they call it? Started, but restarts, like it's a cycle. So one of the guys says, we're at a certain location. We're getting closer to the creator. Now, the way he said it, if you listen real quick, and if you have a conscience about it, and you know what this movie is trying to give the message of, creation, then you hear the word creator, creator, and the way he said it with his Scottish accent, the leading actor, creator. We're getting close to the creator. And that's what it sounds like. That's how much of an what they call anti-theist movie this is.
Right,
I'm going to watch it with the subtitles on next time.
I totally have that mistake occasionally with Rastas.
No, he does. No, subtitle says crater, but the way he says it, if you don't have it on there, it sounds like we're getting closer to the, like we're almost there. We're getting closer to the creator. And then when you hear what the whole premise of this crater is, it's supposed to be the genesis of life.
I sometimes have the same issue
They use the
when I'm
term
listening to
promised land,
Rastafarians. So you think that they're just really big into eating, those greasy rashers when they're talking about it, but they're actually alcoholics. They're like, give me that beer can. They're actually looking for the beer can. They're like drinkers. No.
Well, say it again. Say it again. What is it? Beer can or
beer can? As in a beer can that you crack open with the tinny and the ting, as opposed to the beer can sandwich.
Okay, gotcha. That's funny. Beer can.
You know, for a curry tonight, Nathan? What?
Nah, not that I know of. Even if there was a curry night on, I wouldn't be going. I'm too ill. I'd just give everyone the lurgy.
Yeah, the curry spices will bring you. The curry spices will sort you out, mate. I'm telling you.
Yeah, but if everyone's ill afterwards, they'll blame me, won't they? They'll be like, "You gave me this."
Yep, you'll get the blame.
Snogging. No, we won't be snogging. You know,
well, one thing is... Go ahead, Refracted.
I'm sorry, I'm busy.
Mumble.
You're breaking up, Don.
I really hate it.
Yeah, try dropping and rejoining.
I think he said you don't need to do dip correction or something like that. He was saying.
Not from a dinghy. Nobody's on a dinghy. I'm not talking about sea level. Well, we are.
No, it's your claim, Nathan. It's your claim. You claimed it. It's your claim, Nathan, about the circles of equal elevation and the circle and the equator. It's your claim. I heard you. And John said it as well about it.
Your claim is the circumference. And when we measure the circumference and then we add it up, it's pi equals 2. How does that work on your flat earth?
Well, I didn't claim anything, Elderbear. Well, yeah, you might not have claimed Nathan, but somebody did.
Did I already define what a gamma male is? I think I did.
Yeah, you did, mate. Yeah, if it's the personality.
He was trying to quote me for pi equals 2.
No. He's trying to quote you for the elevation angle that you said was. Yeah, that you said can't be measured.
No, I'll give you an example. You do measure it from horizontal without a correction.
Yeah, he didn't want to talk about that.
John said the sextant measures elevation angles, and it doesn't. Not until you've done dip. So John's wrong.
John said I was right. That's all he... Listen, John, I know what you were doing that day, and technically you were correct. But by just saying Ed Bear's right on this point, you have created a monster. Because that's all he talks about, how Refracted said I was right.
You complete him.
Yes, you complete him. I actually watched that last night. I'm not letting you get rid of me. How about that?
Don't quit on me, Ed Bear. Don't you quit on me, brother.
So basically, Ed Bear saying, I'm not going to let you make me irrelevant, Nathan.
It was John, it was 10th man, and it was Nathan's claim, and 10th man made the same claim, and everybody's made the claim on FED, and I'm here in my journey, and I know everything.
When I got a modus ponens, columns, something modus. Did you hear it?
Yeah,
it's
just
an
ask
argument.
the next guy. Modus Polens.
Polens, yeah.
Yeah, him too. And I got an argument. Have you heard my argument? Well, no, it's not an argument anymore. See, they can't get over the fact that it's not an argument anymore. That drives them insane. When you say it's not an argument, it's just a measurement. We're beyond the argument. We wasted 10 years.
There's no argument. What can I do with no argument?
Are you denying the dichotomy that isn't?
It's not a dichotomy, it's a measurement. I think their Looney Tunes going to be coming a lot quicker than 2 years.
There's no argument. Do you want to argue about that?
So you just got to laugh about it moving forward. Once you realise that we're not going to be doing anything, none of us are out there getting our qualifications in celestial navigation so we don't kill people. None of us are becoming pilots anytime soon. So if we were, we'd be expected to keep our damn mouths shut about it, wouldn't we, for a start? Like, keep your religion separate from your work. when you're at work, just remain in level flight and don't kill anybody on board, okay? But that's not us, right? So we're, in this regard, kind of, the more we aggrandize ourselves as having some importance on the subject, the more I can call us all fart sniffers. It's like, no, we've deluded ourselves into thinking that we're important in this discussion. Us knowing about how Earth is dealt with is somehow consequential to how Earth's dealt with. And it really never was and never will be.
Yeah, that's what's going to drive them. That's what's going to drive them crazy. Our confession that, yeah, for 10 years we wasted our time sniffing our own farts. We realize now that it's not even about that. It's just measured flat.
Well, I wouldn't say it's been a waste of time because everybody's come to realizations now, right? We realize it's not a debate, not an argument, it's just factual measurements. And they've realized that now they have to go back to the drawing board and actually debate and argue.
Yeah, I mean, it was a waste of time to argue about gravity and all of that stuff. That was a waste of time. That was because it was measured flat before we were born, before our parents were born, before Webster wrote the 1828 dictionary. It was going to be measured flat.
Man, I don't agree that it was a waste of time. Some of it might have been, depending on the people that we were talking to, like people like Brenda and shit like that. You know, yes. So some of that might have been a bit of a waste, but I think in all the arguments, all the debating, all that
waste of time. No, I feel sorry for Nathan the most. He's the one that went through the mill. He was treated like shit. Nathan got it bad. He got it the worst. So speak for yourself. I mean, it don't bother me, but I'm looking at it the way Nathan was just, you know, what he went through, what he told us what he went through. And then what he had to become. He became this, do you smell them? How do they taste? Monster.
Yeah, some of us been here the whole time. Trust me, I know. Like me.
Nathan, do you think that was time worthy, that 10 years? I mean, there were some good things, but most of it, the arguments and everything, that was a waste.
Depends how you look at it. We wouldn't be where we are if we hadn't gone through that process. So from that perspective, no, I don't think it was a waste of time. It's one of those with, what's the word, reflection. You could go, well, if I knew then what I know now, I wouldn't have needed to spend the 10 years doing it. But you're like, but you couldn't have known what you know now. And in some ways, you already knew what you knew then. It's not changed in terms of Earth measurement. We're still doing the exact same things we always were. So what are you trying to change exactly? How it was dealt with before you got involved or after? Because neither is going to change either. It's still going to be measured flat regardless. So you appreciating it might have seemed like it had some significance and importance. But it really didn't.
Hindsight.
All right, so Nathan, so the fact that we know has always been measured flat, and we know that those people who have to fly and keep people alive and do certain things that requires for their duties or whatever to measure it flat, whether or not they believe that it was a globe or whether or not they lie and say it's a globe because of whatever people say they knew better, whatever. The point is this: would you say that us included, all of us that have now come to the understanding and stand firm that it's measured flat, even though it always was measured flat, it just took us so long to realize it. Does that make us slow?
Oh, I thought you were about to say special. Does it make us slow? Yeah, it does, yeah.
So you need to know slow because you have to wade through all the magical, the mathematics and the Neil deGrasse's and the Brian Coxes and all the illusion that you've been fed since you were a kid. So slow? Nah, I don't think that makes it slow. That's my
Let me rephrase. Once you come to an understanding of the measurement, to entertain any of them other arguments is a waste of time.
Yeah, because they weren't arguments, and when you recognise that they aren't arguments, you recognise that you don't really have a bearing on it either way. So your comprehension of the facts is also inconsequential. So it starts off with, wow, this seems like really important information that I've come across. Aren't I special? And then you realise that you actually know very little about the subject. So then you learn a lot about the subject. Then you realise that your understanding a lot about the subject made no difference to how Earth got measured the whole time you were studying it. So then you can only look back and laugh and go, well, enlightenment, it wasn't necessarily going to bring you to consensus. So all of us saying, well, were we all slow? Well, again, our speed to recognition didn't alter how Earth was measured either. So, all of it becomes inconsequential, but you're trying to have some reflection upon us as the individuals, which is kind of the antithesis of what I've been describing our opponents doing. They're projecting this measurement subject onto us as individuals. So by reflection, when we look at it as, well, how much of a consequence does it have that we were slow on the uptake? Well, none. It would have been consequential if we were studying to be a pilot, but we weren't.
Okay, so let's ask the pilot. Let's ask the pilot. I just saw a pilot, retired Air Force. So the pilots, are they slow or are they just lying?
Not doing either. They're maintaining level flight as directed to do so by ground control. When they're told to fly to or ascend to flight level X, they do as they're told and they remain there. Or the FIA or whoever it is that's governing them gives them a little phone call, don't they? So they better remain in level flight. And if they're not remaining in level flight and there's not an emergency, then there's a good chance they'll be disciplined for that. Because there's rules around flying, which is you remain in level flight as ascribed to do so because you've got corridors that are parallel with one another. You're separating the different flights going in different directions by a certain margin so that you don't crash into each other. That's why you're given a parallel flight level that you can ascribe off the ground. They either do as they're damn well told or they get in trouble. They're heavily regulated. And they're regulated to fly in level flight at a flight level, aren't they?
Exactly.
It's just easier to do it that way, Nathan.
Just easier to not get disciplined and fired by not treating Earth exactly as you fly over it. Well, they just treat Earth as they fly over it. Flat.
It's more difficult to consider a globe. It's much easier to just, treat it as horizontal and level. It's just easier to do it that way.
You mean when flying? Yeah, when flying the apparatus, yeah.
Well, when told to do so by ground control.
And that's why it's back to what Nathan said. It's not necessary whether to ask a pilot or to go in the cockpit. I have a question for you. What do you see out there? Is it all flat? It's not necessary because they know. They're bound. They're bound to what Nathan just said. There's no need to ask them. Their answer is irrelevant. Their answers are relevant.
Yeah, but some of them don't care. Some of them will just be like, yeah, it's flat. It's flat. We don't treat it as it's moving underneath us.
As soon as
Sorry, brother.
One decor chocolate, one of you.
Yeah, one deck.
My phone was playing up chocolate. Sorry, mate. It was my fault. I was just saying, yes, like Dave, as soon as you mention altitude, flying at an altitude, well, that's above sea level. There's your flat earth proof right there. Sorry, chocolate, you go for it, mate.
Hell, I thought that was Eli. Remember I used to always mess that up?
Yes, I do. It's all good, bro.
Good to hear you, by the way.
Yeah, we know that Eli's that little bit more aggressive, and Eli's just, a bit more up front and in your face. Chocolate's a bit more chill and muffled.
Chocolate's black?
Nobody said that. Not true.
Eli's the one that never. Eli, Chocolate's the one that knows how to go on mute. Eli's the one that always has interference in the background.
No, the best was when Eli came
I'll take
in.
I'll take a two-piece in a
No, hold on. The best was when Eli came in. The best was when Eli came in and he thought he was chocolate. Hearing himself.
LeVay gave him a stereotypical black man's order as well. He was ordering a two-piece, right? It was probably in a KFC.
Two-piece and a biscuit.
Say again.
The two-piece and a biscuit.
Just going back there, I mean, it's like me. I'm a refrigeration engineer, and throughout the years, I've been doing this from like going to college and getting my City and Guilds. It was at the time and all that. It's all very interesting, and like you wanted to absorb everything, and you wanted to learn new things. And now I'm at a stage where I sort of know my trade. I know what I'm doing. It's a bit boring now. You know what I mean? I'm not bored. I do my job still, but I'm not as enthusiastic. And I think that's like it is now. We know the Earth's measured flat. We don't have to scream about it and shout about it and try and work our way up some ladder to a team leader or supervisor or manager. We've gone through the learning process and we know what we're talking about now. Well, some of us do.
Yeah, I agree. And it's not like I've lost enthusiasm for the subject. Quite the contrary. In fact, I'm just as enthused as ever. But the subject becomes less intimidating. Like the learning curve is steep at first, but eventually it reaches a plateau. That's where we're at. It's okay, unless we need to specifically apply some of this knowledge to a life or death circumstance, in which case, yeah, we might want to brush up on a given area that we discuss in general. But as a general subject matter expert, all of us can call ourselves that when it comes to the subject of flat earth and flat earthing. And when you realise or become a subject matter expert in flat earth, you realise, I don't want to be any of those things. Keep me away from all of it. Because it's not. You're like, okay, so as the more I've learned about being a flat earther, the more I realise that what flat earth actually is geography. And what's called flat earth is conspiratardia and idiot behaviour by people.
But even that learning curve is measured from a flat baseline.
You could only describe that curve on a two-dimensional flat plane. You're right.
Circles are not flat.
Circles of equal elevation definitely aren't flat.
What, overqualifying it with an extra definition of how flat it is, with the altitude being described as equal, that means it's more likely not to be flat. That's kind of the kind of crap we have to deal with from idiots. What I do ponder, as much as it's not about the people and blah, 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 I do wonder, do they realise how insane they sound? Because I get it.
That's what I wonder.
When you're saying things like pi equals 2 and circles aren't flat, it's like, do you hear yourself? Do you realise how nuts you sound?
That's what I used to say. Do they listen back at all?
Yeah, but that's what I was saying before. I think some of them are intentionally commit. Sorry, mate.
Don't say a two-dimensional concept is not flat.
Yeah, we had that on today's live show.
Edinburgh.
But like I think some of them are doing it because there's nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. They're realising theodolites measure angles and sextants do. Sea level is level.
So they've either got to change definitions, which we've been through with them. So now they just blatantly come on like they've done today. Well, we've been measuring the Earth curvature with a theodolite or something. Did you not watch it? They know. And then, we've got a stick. We can put a vertical stick in the ground and measure a horizontal shadow. And I'm not claiming anything about the shape of the Earth. I'm just telling you I'm measuring a horizontal shadow on a vertical stick. It's nonsense. Fucking nonsense.
Well, they're coming in with measurement first.
I can remember, but there's some people who like. I can remember when I can remember my first time coming on FED. Right when I was after I realised the Earth was flat, or I believed it was flat, and getting into arguments about absolute feast of nonsense on I don't know, social media platforms. And I came across FED or Discord. I was on YouTube and listening to Nathan, and I found Discord, and I thought, I can get on this show. And I come on, I thought, who's this guy fucking absolutely tearing these? Because that's what I wanted to do, tear these globers apart and call them absolute retards. And no, I did. And I remember being on the first show thinking, this is what I've been looking for. This is it. I'm here. And I could hear Nathan. And now I didn't know anything about the show, anything about the panel. And I'm like, I started shouting in. I thought, who's this guy like Nathan? I started shouting in, yeah, dickhead. And then I remember Nathan turning around and going, can somebody shut this one deck up, please, and fucking remove him? Because I was getting so excited, I wanted to be a part of it. I wanted to slag this guy off with Nathan, and I didn't know about the etiquette of the show and all that. And I was just, yeah, you dickhead. Yeah, the Earth's a fucking...
You know what my first words were one day? When I first got on the show, I was like, is this the legend?
Hey, you want to hear something even funny at one deck? Check this out. When I first came on, I think I had my hand up. Like when you put your hand
like
up.
Like an idiot.
I was like this for like 10 minutes waiting for a moderator to let me in because I was used to that old style, from that other server. And then that's when everybody told me, you got to do like double dutch. I think that's how Chocolate does. I think Chocolate said you got to do like double dutch. You got to fit in.
Yeah, the black guy said double dutch, of course.
Yeah. He said it's like double dutch. You got to kind of you got to get it in when you can get in and get in there to say what you got to say. But Deck's the same story as mine.
Bows, man.
Be clear.
Get in there.
Yep, Deck is the same way I was. I was listening. I was like, yo, this is. Then I did research.
Double Dutch skipping. Is that skipping?
Skipping
ropes? Is that what double Dutch is?
Double Dutch is jump rope.
Yeah, skipping. Yeah.
Yeah.
But imagine how I felt, guys. I'd found flat Earth. I believed it. I'd found this. I'd gone on my journey, Nathan, and I found the heaven. This is where these people are fucking killing the globers. I'm a part of this, and I'm going to have my say. And Nathan.
Removed you.
Get rid of one Jack. That was my first day. But I'm still here, mate.
No, but here's the thing. What Nathan represented, see, I don't care what anybody says. Jenner was getting his ass handed to him from freaking that pilot guy, Red's Rhetoric. There was nobody taking the upper hand. I'm sorry, but that's the way it was. Not even in Glowbusters. And when I stumbled across this through Dave Weiss, believe it or not, that's when I got what I was looking for. The flat earthers were the ones that were in the authority. They were the ones telling them, even back then. So that was the attraction to the show. Nathan was doing what we all wanted to be part of, right?
Yeah.
But we couldn't get it out. He had the gift of gab. Nathan will freaking rattle shit off for 20 minutes without stopping and remember shit from 2 weeks ago. But he won't remember what yesterday's show was.
Yeah. So you're right there, mate. That's what you'd been trying to do on your keyboard warrior and thinking, how can I but when they send you the Eratosthenes example, and you're thinking, shit, how am I going to get round this fucking curve proof? How do I deal with this shit? I don't know what to do. And then Nathan said, and I remember I think he was talking about gas. I think he talking about gas go down booming. What's all that about? And then he was talking to this globe, and I'm jumping in like, yeah, dickhead, yeah, fucking. I was so excited to have found this show. I was so excited. It was, and it's still. So, but what I'm saying is, some people still who are coming in maybe like that. You see, whereas at the moment, although there was a bit of that today, we've toned it down a little bit. It's measured flat. You're giving us the flat. There's a different style now. We're not necessarily like shouting and screaming. We can do, and we do, but we don't have to because we've just got the measurements now, and it's simple and relaxed and chilled.
Yeah, because we're all at the level of welcome to Flat Earth, snacks in the back. Bathrooms to the left. We're just chilling now. Now they're the ones under pressure. That's why they have to run simultaneous shows now to try to relieve the pressure.
Right. Now they got people coming in they're looking for their Nathan Oakley, but they don't have one because Earth is flat.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in the big wide world of YouTube, they have their own side tell you what a flat earther believes. That's their game, and always has been. They'll just strawman and misrepresent what they say we are. Well, a flat earther is this. And then you have Sabine Hosselenfeld telling you what a flat earther thinks.
Yeah, pizza pie in the sky.
Yeah, controlled narratives, basically.
Yeah, one day you tell me how the sun works on your flat Earth map. That's what I got. I was talking about fucking elevation angles, mate. Not how a sun works on a fucking flat Earth map that's not even come out of my mouth.
I'm from the other guy. I tell you how the sun works. It goes two different ways. Yeah.
If you're looking east, it goes west, and if you're looking west, it goes east, and if you're looking south, then it goes everywhere.
That's why I'm coming. I gotta clear it up. Does the sun go east to west? Yeah, but it goes in different directions.
What was he saying today? What was his wording? Like you're in a. What was his like?
Goes left to right and right to left.
Oh no! What was his like wordology for being? When Nathan was in a problem situation, he was like, "You're in a." What did he say? Come on, Neil. You know what I'm on about. He was saying.
Yeah, I forgot.
What was his word he used? Yeah, can't think of the word.
I know how your cope is.
What was it? The cope.
Cope. Yeah, I know how your cope is. Claims that we got cope.
You're saying repeat your mantra. That's what you're trying to remember.
Mantra. Yeah. You got some mantra. Yeah, that was it. He's funny, that guy. You sound like more like him than he sounds like him, Neil.
He's getting that from McToon. McToon constantly goes on about Nathan's mantra.
What do you mean? McToon's got the mantra. He's the one measuring it on your flat Earth. On your flat Earth measurement. Listen, he's going to lose it soon. He's right on the verge, just like freaking, what's his name was on?
Cats.
Cats, yeah. He's on the same trajectory.
Of course, he's picked up his channel. How appropriate.
It's constantly... I don't know when that timer was running from, but it says 1,400 and whatever days. So I don't know what happened at that point. But he's had that timer running constantly, so he's aware and thinking about you every bloody day for 1,400 and odd days.
Oh, that's since the dinosaurs.
Is he counting from Antarctica?
Yeah.
No, it can't be.
So what you could call it is how many days Nathan's lived rent-free in Toon's head counter instead.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Maybe we should have started our own counter the day he got here and didn't want to present any quote unquote arguments or debates or anything. Just wanted to present an award or some sort of.
Oh
shit
yeah,
like
the
that.
award show. Him and like the tight shirt.
But listen, he's measuring. He's measuring time, and how's time measured? It's measured from a horizontal plane, measuring the elevation angle to the sun. That's what he's doing by, measuring the time now. Apparently, Nathan's not responded or gone into the space. He's measuring time, which is a flat Earth proof. Time is flat Earth. You can't have time without a flat Earth. It wouldn't exist. Am I going too far?
No, time.
No, you're right. Without that fourth dimension. Sorry, did I interrupt someone?
No, it's right. You're saying, but that's what they don't like. If anything they mention, I've got a timer on. How's time measured too? How did time come into existence? Was it the sun above the horizontal horizon at different elevation angles? So you're measuring flat Earth, are you, mate? Yeah. Okay, well done. Again. Anything they say, every second word they say, you can bring back to a flat Earth measurement. Try it. I've been trying it in shops with people. Not, just thinking about. They've just mentioned something. I could flip that straight back to a flat Earth measurement. Got the time on you, mate. Well, I've got a theodolite, mate. On a sextant in my pocket, I could measure the elevation angle to the sun and give you the time that way. Or do you want me to look at my watch? It's up to you. Excuse me, mate. Have you got a direction of where Tesco Express is? Well, it's in a easterly direction, which is horizontal. I could give you my compass, but
So that's the problem. They think north is up and south is down. That's pretty sad.
So in everyday life, even if you're not in the argument what argument? There's no argument one deck.
Somebody shut this one deck up.
Mute him. Kick him out. That's what he said. Kick that one deck out. That was my first experience in Nathan getting kicked out, but it was only because I was so excited, Nathan.
You just wanted to join in the reindeer games, and he was kicking your ass out, right?
I've been looking for somebody who could annihilate globe believers, and I found you.
You see, see, one deck you didn't come in right. You had to do what I did. I came in. I said, "Is this the legend?" Those were my first words into flat Earth debate. Is this Nathan?
Yeah, but
is this the legend?
Neil, how would you handled that if Nathan welcomed you like he did that guy asking if Nathan was Nathan?
I would have been like, slow down, Tiger, slow down. I'm a flat earther. I just want to learn.
Neil comes in. Is that you, Nathan Oakley? A flat earther? Can you read my fucking name, Neil?
Right there above my icon, you freaking dumb guinea. I would have said, listen, you limey bastard. I'm on your side.
I remember once, so when I first, that was my first time in, and then as I was listening, sometimes I'm thinking, God, this fucking Nathan guy's a bit fucking harsh. Like, and actually, I think I commented on one of the shows once, enjoying the shows, guys. Just not been here long, but I don't think there's any need to get so like over dramatic. I was fucking saying, take it a bit easy. So I went from one thing to the other, like because I thought, God, Nathan's like absolutely. I understand.
This is what happened. They came in and they freaking created monsters because of the way they were coming at people like Nathan. So they quickly created monsters, and monsters are hard to, subdue. Once you create that monster, once Frankenstein was created, you couldn't control him. You had to burn that sucker up.
But I was like, that fucking hell, he's going to town on this guy. Like, fucking hell, take it easy, mate. You know, you don't have to be so, you know. But then I didn't know Nathan's. I didn't know your journey then, Nathan. You know, but the shit Nathan's took over the years of these idiots and with his family and everything else and on his own.
It didn't stop there. Look, just 1 minute into that server that I found yesterday, and they were accusing Nathan of beating his children. So it doesn't stop. It's like, where the freak do you come off saying that? I think I posted something that's wrong. You don't even know him. His children adore him. But you're going to go by what you heard somebody say?
The saving grace for that server, Neil, I saw that comment after you'd been kicked out, but there was about 12 people. It's like agreed with your comment and put some like thumbs up or whatever when you said that. So they're not all fucking dickheads in there.
Oh, okay. So they thumbs up that his children adore him.
Yeah,
Good.
yeah.
About freaking time.
Just to be a shithouse, Nathan, your second book should be titled "How to Be a Good Parent" by Nathan Oakley.
I'm no super parent. I don't know what gives you that impression either.
You don't have to be a super parent, though. You know. Listen, when somebody, you notice, I've noticed many a times being around other, and you see the way their kids are around their parents. You'll see a little French here and there. I'm like, oh shit, they beat this kid. You don't see that. You would see it. You would see that somewhere along the line, these kids are being abused. Your kids are all over you. Be stupid to say I beat my kids. They're like 2 feet taller than me, all of them. They abuse me.
I don't beat my kids, but my left wrist is hurting. Give my missus a left hook last week. My fucking wrist isn't right since. What's going on?
I don't beat my kids, but my wife's jaw's wired shut.
But it just shows you, doesn't it, lads? Like, you know, we're just talking about measurements, geometry, geography, and it's got other things are being shown. It's very telling, isn't it? You know, this is where we are with it. It's just, and we can keep saying it. All this about the shape of the belief of the earth that you want to live on. Fucking water ball flying through space, and no doubt that can't be taken away from me. And we know this story. We've talked about it for years, and you know, the indoctrination and all that. But it's so deep. And every time I zone in on this thought, I think, God, I mean, because I've never had it. Like I said, I realised that, you know, I believed Earth was flat from it being mentioned to me like 5 minutes later. I thought, I believe it is flat, actually, now you've mentioned it. But I didn't start kicking off about, don't you take my globe off me. And I thought I lived on a globe up until that point. So why did it not get me? Like, why do some people react differently to it? You know, when we've all had the same education.
I'm going to attempt to answer that. I think it's down to the type of investment that people have put into the subject. So for some people, part of their identity is feeling like, you know, well, I'd definitely be Han, you'd be Chewbacca. You know, that is part of their identity.
No, why did I come at it? Why did I come at my brother the way I did? But one deck was like, Earth is flat. I had nothing invested in anything at the time.
Yeah, but I know what, Nathan. I've never been really big in, although I watched a little bit of Star Trek when I was younger. I never really, and I know some of you have because I've heard you say it, I wasn't really big into these space things. I've never been really, I want to be an astronaut or watching Star Wars. I've never been big on Star Wars. I've watched space films.
But I did want those Jetson cars though, the ones that fly around. I was waiting for that day when it's like the Jetsons, you know.
Yeah, but that's what
you could fly.
Yeah, but that's what he's saying. As a child, maybe, and growing up, if he was sort of more into that, which I wasn't. I've always been into music. Music was my thing growing up, and art. You know, I used to like drawing things, and I used to listen to music constantly from an early age. I used to have my tape deck with my pause button, recording songs off radio. I wasn't really into watching space programs. So what Nathan's saying is, I didn't invest a lot of time into space. So that heliocentric model world, even though I was taught it, wasn't as dramatic to me as it was to embedded so much in my brain as it was to somebody who like you, Neil.
Yeah, I get it. I was watching cartoons, but I also discovered Ozzy Osbourne at 8 years old, going through my father's records. Black Sabbath.
See, I'm a true flat earther. You know, that's where me and you differ. You not took it. Yeah, so I understand what Nathan was saying there. Yeah.
Actually, my father was pretty well rounded. He had Frank Sinatra, Black Sabbath. He had freaking Miles Davis. He had a Blood, Sweat, and Tears. He was all over the place, my old man.
Yeah. I'm purely music, really. Always loved music.
And he swears to me that he saw the Beatles in Germany, because that's when he was in the military.
Oh, McCartney's still alive, I heard.
No. He died a few years after my mother, which I knew was the case. Once she went, I was like, he's got maybe 2 years tops, almost to the date. He was drinking himself into a coma. I remember going to work one day and telling this Irish guy, my father, he just drank a freaking quart of vodka the other day. And the Irish guy was like, oh, good for him. I'm like, no, not good for him. He's not eating. He's just drinking to freaking leave this earth. But the Irish guy thought that was impressive.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that's how it was back then, wasn't it? You know.
Weird though, like the Irish people, like that threw me off, because like if I would have said that to, like, say my Italian friend, you know, my father just drank a freaking quart of vodka, he would have been like, yo, shit, what are you gonna do? You're gonna bring him to the doctor? Telling the Irish guy was like, oh, good for him.
Like my dad's like, he's getting on now, like, and he's not very well, but he was a drinker. But you know, in the Manchester, you've got the Holtz's pubs. It's like a Manchester ale, and he played darts. He was always in the vault playing darts, and he was, you know, drinking every night. Really, he used to take me out when I was a youngster and tell me mum he was taking me to the park. But what he'd do when you come out of where we used to live, to walk down the road, and there was a cemetery graveyard. And he'd walk me through there. And when you got to the other entrance on the other side, there was a pub called The Pleasant. So he'd stop there and have a pint. I had to sit on the step outside, and he'd get me a little bottle of Coke and a packet of crisps. And then he'd have a pint in there, and we'd walk down to the Flying Horse, do the same there. I sit outside on the step. Some of his mates would come out and give me 10p or 50p. And I used to get money off these people just because it was, you know, his son. And then we'd go to like 4 or 5 of these places, and then we'd come home and he'd tell my mum that, we've been to the park. Been out, had a walk out, and he'd been out and had his 5 or 6 pints, and I'd had some crisps and Coke and
pocket money to keep you quiet.
Yeah, and pocket money to keep me quiet, and that's how he lived his life. But even now he's losing his mind a little bit, which he is. I'm taking him back and forth to Christie's Hospital at the moment because he's got cancer, his return. But even now, I'll be driving down roads of Manchester to get there, and he'll be going, oh, that, because a lot of these buildings which are listed used to be pubs. Now they're like restaurants, or they might be something else. They go, oh, that used to be such a pub. And I've been going like 2 or 3 times a month to Christie's Hospital, and I get the same conversation on the way down. That used to be that pub near the Daily Mail finger. That was that pub. Oh, that looks like it was a pub. that's all he talks about. And then if you ask him directions, if you go down to the Duke of Wellington and turn down there,
he gets his directionality from all the pubs.
I bet he doesn't point up to the north, though.
Hey, listen, I thought that was bullshit with the English and darts. Because I seen in American Werewolf in London when he says, boy, they could play darts. And I was like, that's got to be bullshit. Until the one night in a bar, this English guy came in and he freaking took everybody's money playing freaking darts. What the frick is the secret?
The amount of pubs and dartboards within them that are scattered around every town and village.
I was about to say darts is so common that when you're having a pint, there's always somebody that says to the barman, "Can we have the darts?" And then before you know it, you're into a game of darts with somebody. No, you didn't go in to play a game of darts, or I never went in to play a game of darts. Suddenly there's darts in your hand, though.
Yeah, I get that, but that's why I'm so good because don't beat this freaking guy. He took everybody's money.
My dad was good, though. He used to play for Manchester, and the amount of trophies that we used to be around the house, me growing up, it was unbelievable. I used to have a dartboard in my bedroom as a youngster, and he used to come in and say, pick the darts up, stand at the other side of the bedroom, say, pick a number or whatever, and boom, bang, straight in it. Double, treble, bull. It was anything you mentioned, he was in there. Yeah.
Any pepper grinders?
No.
Do you remember Smith and Jones taking the piss out of the darts? Do you remember Smith and Jones?
Smith and Jones, yeah.
They had them standing over a table full of drinks, and there's a dartboard at the end of the row. And they've got a commentator talking about what they're doing. He goes, "Up comes Smith. He's at the hockey, and it's a double vodka. It's a single beer. It's a double whiskey."
Yeah, that was on American World in London too. When he's flicking through the channels, he goes on to a freaking chess game. I mean, a dart game, and he announcing what's going on. You made me miss. I never missed that board before.
The dart, though, as soon as it leaves your hand, is in straight and level flight.
Actually, it takes a parabolic arc.
Unless someone says, "Excuse me, but what's that star on the wall for?"
Never seen me play darts then, have you?
And I'm crap at darts, where you think you might, I don't know if you don't necessarily take after your parents, but my dad was great at darts. I'm not very good at darts. And you mentioned Frank Sinatra. In his younger day, he used to do. He came from Salford. It was a bit of a rough area around Manchester, but he was a very good singer, and he sang a lot of Frank Sinatra songs. And he tells me stories. Now, this is what I'm saying about him and his beer. He'd say, they used to say, "Come on," his name's Jimmy. "Come on, Jimmy, get up and give us a song." Singers, Lady in the Tramp and My Way or Under My Skin, things like that. And everybody loved him singing. And he said, "I get up on the mic and sing a few songs, and they just keep giving me pints. The pints are just, so he'd go in and they'd just sing for beer." But I've heard him sing in his younger day, and he was absolutely fantastic. He was very, he sounded just, he calls himself Salford Sinatra.
My father too. I remember one time he recorded himself singing along with might have been Bing Crosby or somebody. He played that for freaking everybody in the neighborhood. And everybody's like, "Wow, you sound just..." I was like, "Oh boy, here we go." The problem with my father was he didn't know any of the words. So he'd get the first two words, then the rest was song, 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 song. Sound like he was French.
But I can't sing. I've tried singing, and I just think, why can I not sing? I can't. You think, right,
everybody can sing. You just got to learn how to breathe. Tell him, Nathan.
That's not true.
Well, everybody can learn how to sing then.
I don't know. I've tried to sing Frank Sinatra, and it's just like,
Well, of course, Frank Sinatra's going to be hard. Why don't you start a little easier? Like maybe Bono first?
No, I mean, I could probably do a Shawn Ryder, but he can't sing either.
Maybe a little bit of Sting, Bono. Get into those guys first.
Years ago, there was a point when, like, we were like me, Eli, and a few of us were making music, and we were hoping like the Glovers would come back and actually have like retorts to it. And it just never happened. Like, you know, like a response track or a diss track to Flat Earth and shit. Like, it's kind of unfortunate. we were hoping for that.
I know what you mean there.
Sorry, One Deck. Are you still making music?
No,
Nah, I mean, I haven't made anything in a good while. I actually do have a song in my head. I just haven't had the time to really get into it, but I already know the beat I want to use. So I don't know.
Give it to Len. He'll give you the music to it.
What?
Give it to Len. That'll give you a nice music to that. Len's a musician, bro.
Okay.
I know what chocolate means. Sorry, mate.
Go for it, One Deck.
No, go on. You're all right, mate. Sorry.
Oh, I'm more like heavy metal punk musician myself, but I do piss around a lot with AI, so I could come up with whatever you'd want.
Yeah, but so were the Beastie Boys. They were really into heavy metal and punk, and look what they were able to accomplish.
I'm a little mad. I never actually made a song. We're supposed to have a song where it's literally me and Eli, because we obviously have Why Would They Lie, which is a bunch of us, but we wanted to make a song, us two. We never actually got down to it, so it kind of sucked. But maybe one day, you'll never know.
I used to do it like you're saying, Chuck. I came up with this thing years ago, and I used to when remember the iPods. I used to call it the iPod Challenge, and I'd find myself in my younger days. I was like, I used to send people. I made this thing up where it's an iPod Challenge. So I'm going to send you a song. Yeah, I'm going to send my mate a song, and he's got to respond to that song and beat it. Yeah, so I'm going to send him say. I'm just making like Talking Heads, Once in a Lifetime. I'll send you that tune now. You beat that. So he's got to respond to that song and say, I'm going to overpower that song with this song. So I came up with this, and I used to call it the iPod Challenge, but I got a bit carried away with it because a mate of mine at the time who used to go out for a few drinks with, but sometimes at weekends I'd like have a drink at weekends and get a little bit drunk. And I'd be thinking, right, I'm going to send that Ant this fucking song now. And it was like 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning, sending him these tunes. And I wanted him to respond to me. And he was on call, or he had to get up at 7 o'clock. But I'm there thinking, come on, send me the challenge back. And he didn't say anything at first, but he must have, like, at one point he told me, like, One Deck, can you stop sending me these tunes at 1 in the morning, like, to respond to. But I was right into it, but I got everybody into it. I got everybody into it. Oh, the iPod Challenge, One Deck's iPod Challenge. But you had to respond to this song. You had this mint song in your head, and that you have to beat this song if you get the idea. We could start playing it on the show actually, if you fancy it, Nathan.
I'm completely distracted by my daughter. She's come in and she's been twirling and whirling and just doing crazy stuff. I stuck the camera on her at one point, so I haven't really been listening, I've got to be honest. What did you say?
Don't worry, none of it was interesting.
It's all right. It was boring anyway. It was just about me and my journey, Nathan.
That's funny.
It's not universally applicable, right? Just because I'm not interested in what Edibear's got to say doesn't mean I'm not interested in what you've got to say. I made a whole show called Flat Earth UK based on the question of how did you find out Earth is flat? And it's my invitation to that person back then to tell me about their story and their journey to this subject. But there's certain individuals that think pi equals 2 or that circles aren't flat that I don't care about their opinion and their journey because, you know, being some nutcase doesn't really appeal to me in terms of finding out how your nutcase journey has progressed. I don't think you're a nutcase, so I am interested.
You don't want to hear about my modus ponens?
No, I'm good. I've got to be honest.
Well, I have an argument, and I posted it, and Bev thinks it's great.
I think there's a line in Red Dwarf where he says something to the effect of, I think I'd rather chew off both of my own thumbs and eat my own head, or something like that.
Oh, boy. He just wants to be relevant.
Yeah, that's it. Now Neil's getting it. Yes, there's a bit of empathy. He just wants to be relevant. He just wants us to love him.
Yeah, Chocolate, he wants to be in a cool club. I remember you came up with that. He wants to hang out with the cool kids. That's what it is. And he's just a nerd.
No, he wants to be the leader of the cool kids, right? That's what he really wants. You idiots don't understand. You've got a rubbish leader. You need me as your leader.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Exactly. So make the leader look bad. Like Nathan's our leader. You just need a new leader. Let me tell you about my little argument on my journey. Because
Yeah,
mine was better than Nathan's.
I'm cool, honest.
I think at one point a lot of these people now are going to flip to flat Earth because they're going to think, God, if we just go over to flat Earth, it's just all you got to keep pointing out is like sea level, all the tools that we're mentioning, angle measuring tools. We can have so much fun over there. It's just we can just stamp all over the globers really, really easy. Let's all go to flat Earth and kill all the globers. You know what I mean? Because it is so simple now.
Yeah, kind of. I kind of get what you're saying. Other than the ease of our position doesn't necessarily mean that people would want to convert. You know, they've fought with cognitive dissonance, which is what I'm suggesting over the next couple of years will send them descending into madness. Now, your suggestion is, well, surely by recognition or by reflection, the opposing view that it is just measured flat for their belief to exist means that they'll recognise the simplicity of just declaring that it's flat. No, they're too heavily invested. Yeah? They're too concerned with the onlookers who, again, don't give a tiniest of shit about them. There's this misapprehension that your onlookers really concerned. So therefore, if you went from, oh, well, obviously we're on a globe, the whole of science says so, and you've been saying it for, say, 10 years, and then you go, I was wrong, there's a presumption that suddenly the world will end and that everyone's going to evaporate because your position changed. It's like, no. Shockingly, you declaring your positional repositioning won't actually generate that much of a response from anybody. Most people might nod along for a second or declare shock for half a second, but then they'd go back to concerning themselves about themselves. Yeah? Now, that guy earlier, that was the classic on today's live show, right? He's been on the other half of the show that Toons created because he doesn't want to come and talk to us. He'd rather control the narrative on his own terms. Perfectly reasonable, right? I know the server moderator didn't feel so because he's got events and he's, got people like me coming along doing events and he wants to promote them. Having side shows that are running ancillary to an event he's put on is kind of annoying to him as a server operator. Me, I'm like, well, if you're going to set up a separate chip shop, do it next door, right? That makes sense to me. But that person's only doing it so that they can distract from what we are saying. But the guy goes and watches the distraction and then comes and says, the guy over there had some really good points. How'd you address them? Like, what points? I haven't heard them. Well, they were just discussed. What, while I was over here running my live show? In his mind, because he's witnessed something, everybody's witnessed it. Delusional to the level that what happens to me in my world is unilaterally accepted everywhere by everyone because they've all experienced what I've experienced. You're like, no, you're delusional. In your mind, that's what the whole world saw because you saw it. So Toons run a show alongside mine, therefore that takes over the entirety of all messages that anybody received. No, I still ran my show, but we weren't watching that show. So am I supposed to know the example? In your deluded mind, I know all about the example because I've been listening whilst running a live show. No, because in his mind, I've seen what he's seen. Because people are self-absorbed.
I was watching his chat as your show was going on, and everyone was saying, what you're doing running the show this early from, he doesn't normally do it then. So he knew you were going to do a show in Worldwide Debates and just hid in a different room. It's madness. And he's just projecting that you're hiding from him when he hides in a different room in the server he knew you were going to.
Yeah, and has run an ancillary show because I'm running a show. It's like I say, okay, I mean, it's nice. Again, I'm very flattered. Like, they've got little timers reminding themselves of how long they've been thinking about me. All sorts of stuff. It's very flattering.
They call you from Antarctica? They love you.
Yeah, well, I love to hate me.
That's how they show you're relevant. By having timers about you, calling you from other continents. Yeah. that's awesome. But you're irrelevant, though.
Yeah, it's not a symbiotic relationship as they need us, but we don't need them.
Yes, that's absolutely
The originator of that was Gem Panda. Remember Gem Panda had the timer?
Probably. Half of these people haven't got an original bone in their body.
And don't forget the boycott. There was a boycott. I think we're still on the boycott list, believe it or not.
Again, it's a way of saying if we don't watch, it's not happening. You're like, okay. You can believe that all you like. You don't have to watch. It is very difficult for some of these people to watch because they can't bear it. So someone like Gem Panda says, well, look, if we all in unison don't watch, then it doesn't exist. You're like, no, it doesn't exist to you. And that's fine, you know. Good. You're not very nice people. You know, Gem Panda's a deeply unpleasant individual. And it reflects in his appearance. He's a deeply unpleasant individual. So why would we want to associate with those people? Like, we're over here on this table. You're over there on that table. But you want to tell your bunch of fuck ugly golems to boycott us. Yeah, okay. Go on. Bugger off, you bunch of gammers. You are all secret kings, really.
And then when you bring up the measurements, he says he could give me measurements of curve. And he sends me on this journey to geodetic surveying.
Just surveying.
Yeah, it's just surveying. They're still measuring Earth flat. They don't want to see what it is they don't want to get it. They get it, but they just don't want to get it. It's not even that they don't want to accept it because it's not even something you can accept. They just refuse to get it.
Yeah, as I say, as time progresses, the easier and more apathetic towards these people we will become. That is to say, oh, I don't care, you can have your religion, keep it, good for you. But the more that they want to say, boycott these people, you're like, well, okay. Again, your concern is with us and how people perceive us. Now, if you're telling people not to pay attention to something, there's a good chance that they'll do the complete opposite. The more you tell people, you're not really looking at this person that I've got a timer of, that I'm running a show alongside of, that I'm stealing the thunder of, they're not important. That's why I've got to spend a long time logging how long they've not paid attention to me and steal their thunder at the same time as their thunder's coming out of their cloud. You're like, okay. You don't realise how insane you seem. But yeah, there's going to be a long road to madness from our opposing side moving forward. They can say, keep chanting your mantra. They can tell me that it's just Nathan Oakley's arguments. But the world will still continue to be measured flat in all aspects by everyone who measures Earth, without exception.
Well, it's pretty troubling that you just go to a different type of topic altogether, similar, and they know who you are. What's going to happen when we go to Sell Nav? I can't find anything on Sell Nav, but I have found a few things on cartography. So if we join a cartography Discord server and we're immediately recognized, then Flat Earth is not just a dark little corner of the internet anymore.
Maybe. Make friends and influence people.
That is a great idea, whoever came up with it, Bravo. Go to different servers that are relevant to the subject.
That would be that one deck guy that Nathan wanted to remove that time.
Bravo one deck. So what was their point of contention in the geography server?
It wasn't. Their point of contention was that they wanted to utilise lots of elevation angle measurements and so forth to suggest that they were on a ball. And me being there to point out that the elevation angles are flat Earth measurements, as opposed to a reason to ask me how they work on a flat Earth, just proves that Earth's measured flat. Then I was boot scooted, and then Neil went in to find out why, and it's because, quote, flat Earth's a belief and that's not welcome here.
That's correct.
Why were they talking about elevation angles in the first place?
Because I was in there.
Oh, because you were in there.
Yes.
Yeah, according to them, you make almost $500,000 a year.
What?
In your flat.
In my two-bed flat?
Yeah, you got 94 people paying $350 a month.
What? I don't think they appreciate that that's the total I earn from Patreon.
A week?
No, a month. Patreon pays me about $350 approximately per month, and has done pretty much since I've had it. I mean, it varies. It does occasionally go higher than that, sometimes lower. But you know what I mean? As people come and go, the amount that Patreon earns me is approximately $300 to $350 a month. But I advertise that fact. There's a little box that you can check in Patreon. Do you want people to be aware of what you are earning on Patreon? And I go, yeah, I don't mind. People like that information. And sure enough, one of the first things that
These
they did...
idiots thought 94 people pay you $350 a month.
Yeah, I saw that. I didn't correct him. Like I say, when it comes to these things, I've started to recognise the patterns. Quickly, let's make this about this one dude. He's talking about how Earth gets measured flat. So let's make it about him. You beat your children. You earn this much money on Patreon. You run a YouTube channel. You have this belief. How do you explain how these flat Earth measurements work on a flat Earth? That's the general order of things.
Yeah, I noticed you just said, yeah, people pay me to talk about this stuff.
Yeah, they do. It's true. This is my job. Literally, I get paid to talk about this stuff. Literally. But yeah, that's because he's gone and looked at me. He's tried to dig out as much dirt on me as an individual as possible. Yeah? So before we're done in the geography server talking about the geography of Earth measurements, after being presented with a whole bunch of flat Earth measurements that I've pointed out are flat Earth measurements, I'm booted for having a belief. In reality, some overzealous moderators taken the hump with me being there and then kicked me out. And then attempted to justify it.
You're a child beating half a millionaire.
Yeah.
With a belief.
With a belief in the measurements they kept presenting to me that were all flat.
Wait, you're a millionaire too now. That's great. Oh.
Yeah, there's $350 a month I get from Patreon. Therefore, I'm a millionaire. Chocolate, obviously.
Yeah. Because 350 times 12 months, that's definitely $1 million.
No. 94 people giving $350 a month times 12. Huh? He's raking it
Each
in.
one of the 94 people are giving him 300.
That's a moron thing.
It's like that.
Look, it wasn't a maths forum. What's your problem?
Touche.
I think you're right, though. I think they were very young. I don't think anyone was old over 15 or 17.
Yeah, I got the general impression that they were pretty young. You know, they're all there posting their memes. Like, okay, so you're the guys who've got a bit of a geography thing, right? You like that subject at high school. So there's a server for you, and this is it. And what do you do in your geography server? Post little lemon memes, and that's what you do. The one guy's like, are you really 48? I'm like, no, I'm 45, but yes. He's like, well, that's cringe. I'm like, yeah, you're about 12, aren't you?
So it's cringe to be 48. I'm 60, going to be 61. What am I?
Old.
Disgusting.
You're an old man.
Disgusting. You're cringe. I'm disgusting.
Yeah, to be in a Discord server, if you're 12, in your mind, it's back to that, immaturity of the guy that was on the live show. Like, I've just gone and watched something, therefore everybody is now aware of this information that I just acquired 2 minutes ago. Well, in their mind, everybody's a 12-year-old because he's in a Discord server. Everybody in the server is the same age as him, right? Or her, right? So when someone comes along and goes, yeah, I'm older than you. All right, well, that's cringe because only 12-year-olds use Discord. Like, are you really delusional? Well, yeah, that's what immaturity does. Leaves people with the misapprehension that everybody around you is the same as you. Everyone's experienced what you've experienced and knows what you know. Like,
it's the parents' fault.
I'd blame the parents. I'm going to round out shortly before my wife and youngest come home and make a load of noise. At the moment, it's just this one walking around like she's an old woman. It's like literally she's acting like a little drama queen, what we're talking about. So she's walking around with a little walking stick and a crooked back, pretending to be ancient. Now she's laughing her head off.
Hey. I said I was disgusting, not ancient.
I said that Eleanor was looking ancient. She's walking around with a walking stick, pretending to be about 90. Like with a humpback.
Yeah, I know. I was talking to her.
You'll soon be revolting, Neil.
Yeah, I'm revolting, not ancient, Eleanor. Although I could use a walking stick soon.
And then you could use that stick to measure a shadow, then go to an app, and then you'll know Earth is globe.
Or you could beat people.
Now we're back on track.
And you could take that stick anywhere on Earth and measure a shadow.
If you're a flat Earth, the South is all different ways for you.
That cracked me up because I think I can't remember who it was that triggered me to have that thought, but I think it might have been you, Chocolate, when you're like, so you got a stick under shadow. Wow, it's like really complex stuff. And it's like, yeah, hang on a second. We've got an entire mapping system with coordinates that are all derived from flat Earth prerequisites and elevation angle measurements. This is a fairly commonly understood fact that almost anybody you talk to about navigation of any description will understand. And you've got a stick in a shadow.
That's why I wanted him to go on, because I was like, please go on. Tell us more about this stick that you got, that you could take anywhere on Earth, measure a shadow, then go to an app that already assumes Earth is flat, and then figure out that it's a globe? Okay, I'd love to hear it.
Right. Anybody got any last points before we round out? I can't believe how empty the Discord server. This is like Reg, Alpha, Murphy, and me in there. And that's it. Everyone else has disappeared from the Discord server, even though we're chatting away. There's more of us in Meet than there is in the Discord server currently.
Well, it is Friday night, Nathan, and it's February quite early on. People have been paid. People have a lot of money on January, so the books are probably full.
Probably why. Right, I'm going to do a round out. With that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G Plus panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining on the Nathan Oakley 1980 Patreon channel that I'm a millionaire via, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
But when you measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken. We just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.